Good evening. Welcome to another edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. My name is Leon Jones and I'm back. I basically took the last 3 weeks off to do some pre recorded content and I was pretty busy. You can check some of that pre recorded content out. Now, let me lay down the ground rules. I'm going to keep the stream running as long as I can, as long as there's an audience that wants to either get in the chat or get on the panel. Cash apps are at your discretion. I don't ask for them too much. What I like is for you all to keep the likes up, get engaged, because when it comes to making this content, very difficult to make this content sometimes. It takes a lot of work. So, without any further ado, I'm going to get started. Hey, Celine, how are you? I'm going to get started now. The title. I talked about the delusions of the left. Well, I'm not really going to talk about the left, but I will talk about delusions. I'm going to probably tag some of Kendra G's videos because let's just be honest, when it comes to politics, I believe the left is more emotion based. They're more delusional. They want to live in a world that doesn't exist. They want to run away from the truth more than anybody else. And a lot of their behavior a lot of the behavior that is on the left is very deviant. I mean, you have the feminists on the left, you have the alphabet community on the left, and that leads into a topic called victimhood, where everybody wants to be a victim. As you know, everybody's going around with Kanye West and Candace Owens, White Lives Matter. I don't like that either because it starts to warn everybody into being a victim. And one thing I see what's wrong with this country is there's a lack of maturity. I mean, everybody wants to cancel everybody for a belief that they have. And to me, that's very cowardice. And part of the delusions of the left is they want redistribution of wealth. We all know that. The problem is you can't tax everybody who's in the upper 1% because there's not enough of them. Shout out to Sling. People have the I don't want to grow up, I'm a Toys R Us kid. That's a fact. That's a fact. And on the left, you had Al Sharpton, who is basically telling men that if they don't vote for Stacey Abrams, they're cowards, they're soft. I'm just paraphrasing that. Now, see, that's supposed to be a political leader, a pastor. So when you are using that type of rhetoric to shame black men into voting for somebody because she's black, I don't care about Stacey Abrams. I don't like her. I'm not going to vote for Stacey Abrams. Peace, my boy. What's going on, brother X? I'm not going to vote for Stacey Abrams. In fact, I'm going to put it out there. I'm not going to vote for any black Democratic woman. Why? Because most of them believe in the alphabet community. They believe in government. They don't believe in the Second Amendment. A number of them are feminists themselves. And that's going to get into something I call college education. A number of them believe that they don't need a man because they have a college education and money. A number of them have children who basically tell them what to do. Now, I'm going to get
basically
in. I'm
tell them what to
I'm,
do.
I'm
Now,
going to get into.
I'm going to
get into a video that Tommy Jean sent to me. Now, it may be hilarious to some, it may not be hilarious to some. But one thing that I can't stand, and this is what comes from the left, this is why everything is backwards in the deviant behavior. They discount structure, and you have a lot of mamas out here. Shout out to Teapot for old mamas. Now, you're going to watch a video about an old mama. And this old mama, I'm going to tell you, is she's going to be crazy. Now, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'm gonna find this video, and let me see if I can pull it up here. I'm gonna go to my email to pull it up, and here's the video. Let me see if I can get some sound in it. Hold on one moment.
Going in the store to get 2 chargers. Understood?
Understood what? Bro, you're not my father.
I'm not your father, but I'm your son. And you don't have a man, Pam. You don't need
Bear
a man,
with
you
me,
don't
bear
have no
with
man.
me.
So somebody needs to tell you what to do. And I'm the only man in the house. So until you get a man, I'm the man. I run everything.
Ashton, I will
Fair use.
Ass.
This is a video here.
Now, why would you say that?
All right, that's it. That's
That was a small TikTok. What's going on, laughing dog? That was a video about a mom who basically, and I didn't show the video, I just let you hear the audio. Show the mom. The mom she basically appointed the son as the man of the house. In the video, the son said, "You don't have a daddy. Well, you don't have a husband. You don't have somebody that's going to be my father. I'm your son, and I'm telling you what to do." So when have children become the rulers of the house? This is because the mom allowed them to gain some power and responsibility that they don't know anything about. That's a big problem in the United States of America. You have individuals up here flapping their gums. They think they can rule, and they don't rule. And this is why we talk about the black community the way we talk about it. Because the problem with the black community, it's dysfunctional. It's backwards. This is what the left has done. Now, I'm using the word left because most of your deviant behavior does come from the left. I'm not saying that there's no deviant behavior on the right, but for the most part, we've seen a lot on the left. Laughing Dog says we should call them isms, Nazis spelled backwards. Basically, they're the mirror image of the original. Celine said, "Did you see the Kendra G clip with the lady sleeping all the way through?" Celine, we saw a Kendra G video where a lady was sleeping. I don't know if it's the same one that you're talking about, but this lady was from South Bend, Indiana. And of course, she's a very delusional type of lady. And when it comes to Kendra G's videos, most of the women are going to be delusional. And a lot of us are doing the Kendra G videos, not for Kendra G. I don't care if we're giving her exposure or not. People are going to watch Kendra G's videos for one reason or another. I tend to watch them so I can pick up the behavior patterns. Her name was Jasmine. I believe I remember that name, Jasmine. But also, I'm going to tune to something that we hear, and I wish I myself, I'm trying to stop saying black community. I don't say communita, but here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say this. Number of individuals who are black, particularly the females, yes, they believe in education. You have whites who believe in education as well. And this is going to be part of my poll question. Is college, and participate in my poll, worth the time and investment? Is college worth the time and the investment? You probably saw my thumbnail with the money in the college. Let me get into that topic right now because it's very important. I already dropped the link to the article that I plan on having, that I plan on using. And this one, it talks about the pros and cons of college. And I'm just going to go right down and present it to you. And I'm going to do it the way I know it. Now, I've gone to college. Some of you have gone to college as well. Now, if you're in high school, guidance counselors, teachers, and other well-meaning adults have told you repeatedly, basically you need to attend college to earn a good living. And this is where we Generation X individuals fell into that trap. But you have to ask yourself, is college worth it? Is it worth the money? Because basically the cost of college has increased substantially since my parents went to school. So over the past decade, there's been a 25% increase. And most college graduates, they leave college with a significant amount of debt. So the return on investment and ROI is not worth it. Now, depending on what job you get, a college degree will still pay off in the long run, but you have to consider when deciding to go to college to see if that is really right for you. Celine says, having a skill is much better than a college education. I agree because you don't have to pay as much debt with a skill. So basically, when we get into brass taxes, how much does college cost? Well, if you're planning on attending college, be prepared for sticker shock. The College Board reported that the total average cost of attending college for an in-state student is roughly around $30,000 per year, while the cost of attendance at a private institution averages around $56,000 a year. Now, that also includes room and board. If you are a commuter student, the expenses are going to be a lot less. Now, if you graduate within 4 years, the cost of your degree could range from 109 to around $223,000. Now that depends on the school that you attend. Now, if you attend Ball State College here in Indiana, it's going to be cheaper than MIT in Massachusetts. So now, even if you qualify for any type of financial aid grants, the price tag is going to be staggering. So by paying enrollment fees, make sure you ask yourself, is college worth it? Now, I like to keep everything balanced. I got this article from Forbes. It's already in the chat. So here's some reasons to consider why college is worth it. So for many people, college is well worth the expense. Not only do you gain valuable life experience and make lifelong connections, but a college degree has the following advantages. Also, Celine says Aaron Cleary has good videos on college and trade schools. Yes, he does. I'm already subscribed to him, been subscribed to him for a while. He went to college. Now, I'm just going to say this about college. After going to college myself, all right, despite rising cost of any secondary education, a college degree still pays off for the majority of graduates. Now, on average, most people with a college degree are going to earn significantly more than individuals without a high school diploma. Now, that all depends on what you go to school for. Now, degrees that you will not get an ROI on, a return on investment, are your humanities, like your history. It's great to learn history, but you can do that through a library or you can do that online. Your sociology, your African studies, your age, all those racial studies and social justice studies and women's studies, those degrees aren't worth the paper. Now, you have to ask yourself just how much more is somebody going to earn with a college degree than somebody without a college degree? Well, right now the median salary for workers with high school diplomas is around $40,000, and they have an average unemployment rate of 3.7. Now, this, of course, this is as of 2019, and this is based on the BLS, which is the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and that was established by Northeastern University. Northeastern University is in Boston, I believe. So, by contrast, median salary for workers with bachelor's degrees is around $65,000, and their unemployment rate is just 2.2. Again, you basically cannot go by the numbers because different fields have higher return on investment than others. Like, I went to school and I got a STEM degree. So I'm in that 64,000 plus range. Now, the majority of jobs require college education. Now, in past generations, a college education wasn't necessary to earn a middle class income, and I believe it's still not necessary as long as you have a skill. Now, according to the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce, roughly 2/3 of jobs required a high school diploma or less before the 1980s. It's no longer the case. Georgetown University predicts that 70% of all jobs require some education. And they still believe that right around 2030, you're still going to have a college education. I'm not so sure about that. Now, without higher education on your resume, it may be difficult to find a high paying job, and competition for opportunities will be fierce. Well, again, that's according to what you do. Shout out to Laughing Dog. They could invest 100K and probably do better. That's a fact. Now, when it comes to college, again, you have to. This is from Forbes, and again, the delusions of the left. A lot of your university professors come from the departments that I told you a few minutes ago, where their degree doesn't mean anything. That's why they're PhDs. They can be a professor, and what are they going to do? If they have tenure, that's when they make a lot of money. But colleges, too, are also cutting back on tenured professors, particularly your community colleges, and they're hiring adjunct professors. So, the third reason why a college degree is important: graduates are more likely to have health insurance. But understand that health insurance has skyrocketed as well. Now, when it comes to health insurance, of course, you have to have quality health insurance. So basically, purchasing health insurance on your own can be very expensive. This is why a number of parents, even when their children are still going to college, I know when Obama was president, Obama put something out, a provision that kids were allowed to stay on their parents till they were 26 years old. So these are individuals who have gone through the baccalaureate level and found a job, and many of them, do they have health insurance? I don't know, but I tell you what, there are a number of college students who are still living at home. Now, again, the benchmark premium for a single person policies purchased through the health insurance marketplace is $462 per month. That's pretty high, or roughly $5,500 per year. So, again, what does that have to do with college? Well, you may not realize it, but there's a significant correlation between college education and healthcare coverage. College graduates are far more likely than high school graduates to have employer provided coverage offsetting their healthcare costs. Now, the College Board found that 64% of workers with bachelor's degrees and 70% of workers with advanced degrees had employer provided coverage, while employer plans covered just 52% of high school graduates. Now, those are some of the reasons why going to college is worth it, but there are also cons for going to college too. Now, while a 4-year degree can be available for many students, a bachelor's degree isn't necessary for everyone. Before attending college, make sure you consider the following drawbacks. Again, numero uno is always going to be debt. So, because of the increasing tuition costs, it's unlikely that you will be able to cover the entire cost out of your savings or earnings from a part-time job. So what are you going to have to do? You're going to have to apply for student loans to cover some of the expenses. Now, according to the Institute for College Access and Success, 62% of 2019 college graduates left school with student loan debt, with an average of $28,950. Now, that being said, college is not worth it. Shout out, brother Truism. On average, a college degree is worthless. If you get into a trade, you can still make a living in any kind of market. Bull or bear, that is facts. Shout out to brother Deshaun. College degrees mostly beneficial for upper tier professions like doctors, engineers. That is a fact. That cannot be disputed, because it also comes to my next points. Okay. When it comes to college, if you don't have a skill, you're going to have to go to school for 4, 5, or even 6 years. So during that time, unless you're getting some type of internship, you're not making any money. So when it comes to getting a bachelor's degree, you basically anticipate graduating within 4 years. However, it's not always realistic. Now, the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center found that basically 58% of students who enrolled in college back in 2012 earned a college degree within 6 years. Now, when we talk about 6 years, most people, again, anticipate earning a undergraduate degree or baccalaureate degree in 4 years. And if they go for 2 more years, now you're on your master's level. So here's something else that happens. You have individuals that go longer than 4 years, and a lot of the other students, they were either still in school or they just totally drop out. So for every additional year you're in school, you rack up additional expenses, and likely you will need to take on more student loan debt to pay for your education. Even Joe Biden's reduction of $10,000 isn't going to help if you owe $100,000. So taking 6 years to graduate can cause you to leave school with even more debt, and it's going to be difficult to dig yourself out. Now, there are alternatives to college. Now, again, is a college degree worth it? Again, not everyone can go to college. Not everyone wants to go to college. It's not for everyone. So if you're deciding that attending a 4-year institution is not the right decision, here are some alternatives that you definitely need to consider. Number one, and this is the big one that I consider most of all: community college. Now, attending a community college, if you're going to go to a 4-year college, you can take your first 2 years at a much lower cost. Now, also, a good thing about a community college, They also teach trades. You can get certifications at a community college. I live here in the state of Indiana. We have Ivy Tech Community College. You can go get an AAS degree, which is an Associate of Applied Science degree, and get out to work with some certifications. If you go in automotive technology, HVAC, construction technology, construction management, you don't need a 4-year degree. And in fact, in those skilled jobs, you can become an entrepreneur if you want. Now, again, going to a community college is much cheaper than attending a 4-year university. In fact, you may be able to pay for some of the tuition out of your pocket. Now, according to the College Board, the average cost of tuition at an in-district community college is right around $4,000. So, when you go to a community college, you can earn an associate's degree or complete certificate program that will lead to stable careers. For instance, some of the career paths that only require 2-year degrees have above average salaries. I know my mom did. She went to Howard Community College in Columbia, Maryland, and then she ended up with a business degree, but she's a registered nurse. Now, if you become a radiation therapist, you make $80,000. This is with a 2-year degree. Computers are always in demand, so you make around $80,000. A computer programmer, a dental hygienist makes right around $73,000. A registered nurse, almost $70,000. But now, with all these, you're going to have to get some type of certification as well. Now, a telecom installer at around $54,000. Those are above average salaries. Now, again, just like Brother A Truism said, and shout out to him, because I went to school in his neck of the woods in Philadelphia. I went to Temple University in Philadelphia, right in the hood, northeast Philadelphia, right on Broad Street. Now, trade schools. You don't want to go to community college? Vocational schools or any type of technical colleges provide hands-on training for different careers. And these programs tend to be much shorter than college programs. And as a student, you can graduate between 6 months and 2 years. Now, the cost is also going to be much less than even 1 year of college. It's going to be right around $33,000. Why? Because there is an increased demand for trained trade professionals, and you can earn a comfortable income, like being an electrician, $56,000. You just get a certificate. A plumber, $55,000. A carpenter, $48,000. And of course, a mechanic. Now, you have some individuals that might laugh at those careers, but those careers are always going to be in demand, and they cannot be sent out of this country. You can't outsource them. Now, there are also boot camps, and boot camps are used for individuals who are basically interested in software development and web development. And when you attend a coding boot camp, you're going to be on a pathway to a very lucrative career. Now, the average boot camp program lasts for 3.5 months or 14 weeks, and you can land a new job in data science, develop apps, and cybersecurity. Now, of course, the average cost of attending a boot camp is $13,500. Now, you will get a bang for your buck because you're going to make 5 times what you paid for the boot camp. Make right around $67,000, which to me, that's not a bad chunk of money. Now, last, you hear everybody on Kendra G's show talk about entrepreneurship. Well, if you have an idea for a business, entrepreneurship may be a better path than attending college. Now, here's what you have to understand about that. You need to have some type of skill if you want to become a business owner. Not everybody can open up a restaurant, and restaurant to me is a bad idea because it's competitive and 3 out of 4 restaurants fail. If you don't have any business acumen, don't open up a business without having any experience. Now, I know being your own boss You set your own salary. However, most people, it sounds good, but when you're starting out, you're going to have a lot of expenses. You're going to have a lot of headaches depending on what you go into. And you're going to have to market yourself really well, especially if you get into a business that's already been established. Like if somebody opens up a competitor to Walmart, well, Walmart's been established for a long time. You're going to have to draw people from Walmart to come to your business, and you're going to have to make a claim that your product is better than their product. And keep in mind, again, when you're an entrepreneur, you may average $43,000 in the beginning. Also, understand, I just mentioned it to you, starting a business is very risky. And it could be several years till your business turns a profit. We always say 3 to 5. So, in order to gain business experience, you need to understand how to write a business plan. Now, there are resources that are offered by the SBA. That's the Small Business Administration. Again, starting a business can be very, very risky, but it's worth it if that is what you want to do. Now, I'm going to go to the poll right now, and so far I have 11 votes. Is a college degree worth the time and investment? 27% say yes, 73% say no. And again, I gave you the pros and cons on both sides because it's very competitive here in the United States. Now, again, I'm going to put the link in the chat for those who really want to come up. And what I'm talking about is college, and we also have an open panel as well. And I'm also get into some delusions as well. Go to one of Kendra G's videos, and let me share that with you. And we'll talk about some delusion here. Okay. All right. Let me and I am going to go this way.
You might be asking yourself, can
Fair
you actually
use.
create high
Fair
quality
use.
live streams?
Hello?
Hello?
You ready?
All
ready.
right. Going
What's
to
your
a
name, honey?
Kendra G video
Janice,
here.
Janice, where are you calling me from?
Western New York.
Western New York. How old are you?
Fair
I'm
use.
42.
42. What you do for a living?
I'm a caseworker.
Caseworker. You have any kids?
I do. Brace yourself.
Girl, I don't think I believe you won't be able to top the women that have been on my show.
I have 7 children.
You're tied. You're tied. How about that one? You're tied. I was gonna say 7, I think, is the highest at the moment. 7 kids. How old are they?
I have 3 grown children, 26, 21, 20, and I have 4 younger children, 16, 13, 9, and 7.
Are they all by the same man?
No,
How many men?
5.
5 men. Have you ever been married?
Twice.
Twice. Okay. When did you get divorced last?
2007.
So going back, this woman out here has 7 kids by 5 different men. So again, she's had 2 divorces. I can understand the divorces. But again, this is the behavior that has attributed to the left. And it basically has happened within our community, which again try not to use the word community because I don't live in a community. Yes, I'm African American, but I didn't have 7 kids by 5 baby moms. Now, when you have a bunch of children, especially out of wedlock, now 7 kids is a lot of kids. 7 kids that come out of your vagina. How are these kids being taken care of? Again, you're going to hear the delusion in a minute. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Let's go.
2007. Okay. So this is Janice Reed, Western New York, 42, caseworker, 7 kids. And when's your birthday or zodiac sign? Huh?
And 1 granddaughter.
And 1 granddaughter. When's your birthday or zodiac sign?
March, Pisces.
March, Pisces. All right, boo. What kind of man you looking for? I'm gonna tell you right now. 7 kids might be a lot for. I mean, it's what they tell me. It's what the men say. 7 kids, 5 baby daddies. I don't know. Anything is possible. That's what they tell me on this show. That's gonna be a lot. So, what kind of man you looking for, boo?
Well, the right one will accept it all.
Now, this woman right here just said the right one is going to accept it all. Now, you have 7 kids by 5 fathers. I'm going to say by 3 baby fathers and 2 ex-husbands. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is, how is a man going to accept all of that? I mean, you're already going to be at the bottom of the barrel as a man. If you are a man who has everything together, why would you want to date somebody like this? You are looking at a person who has made quite a few bad decisions in her life. And she believes that she is entitled to a quality man. But in the end, she will never get a quality man. I mean, she's a caseworker. She probably works for the government. Now, she lives in upstate New York or New York State. I have been to New York State. It's very expensive. The money sounds good, but the rent is very high, depending on where you live in the state of New York. Now, you live right across the Hudson River in Jersey, it's also going to be expensive. But either way, 7 kids is a lot of children for a man who didn't make those children to come into. So this woman, obviously, you're going to see the delusion come from her. Let's continue.
The right one will accept it all. Okay. Because, I mean, there was the 5th baby daddy. How many kids did you have when you were with him before you had his child?
That was my last 2. Oh, I had 5 when I met him.
Okay. And then you had 2 by him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So what kind of man you looking for, boo?
He has to be a good communicator. He has to be fun, outgoing. He has to be God-fearing. He has to be level-headed, have a great sense of humor. He has to be healed. He has to be available emotionally. He has to be mentally stable. He got to be.
Okay. He has to be healed. He has to be mentally stable. So she's already making all of these demands for a man to come into her life, yet she still has a lot of baggage. Now, being on the side of a man is, and she said available. How is she available with a bunch of children? Now, she's 42 years old. She may have some grown children, but I guarantee she is still taking care of some children. How is this person going to be available? And then as a man, dealing with a woman with that many children, you're always going to be at the bottom of the totem pole. And are the kids going to respect him? Now, again, I am looking out for the delusion because this woman is extremely delusional. You can't make demands when you are not in the position to make demands. You don't qualify for the type of man that you are looking for. Fair use. Let's continue.
Be a go-getter. He got to be about his business because I'm about my business.
Okay. What's some deal breakers?
Emotionally unstable. I don't do smokers. Someone who doesn't take care of their children. Of course, bad hygiene. Someone who is just doesn't have his stuff together.
Doesn't have stuff together. Okay.
Well, I can understand about the hygiene. I can understand you don't take care of your children, but how in the world are you going to ask for a man? Do you have your stuff together? See, Kendra doesn't ask these women these types of questions. Now, again, I'm not knocking what she does on her platform or mocking her because I don't do that, but I'm just letting individuals know that this is a delusional person. She's looking for the world, but she can't provide the world. Now, if you're a man, you have to ask yourself, why would this woman, why would you want to date this woman? Now, I'm not saying she's not nice, and just because she's a mom, every woman is not smashing and dashing. She doesn't look like she has the tattoos or anything like that. She sounds pretty respectable, but you have to look at the decisions that she has made. Fair use. Let's continue.
Okay. This is Janice. Does he have to look a certain way?
No. I'm 5'7.5", so doesn't have to be too tall, not too short. I don't have any kind of weight preference or anything like that. He just has to be appealing to me.
Okay. Does he have to make a certain amount of money?
Not really. Maybe 50K and up.
50K and up. All right, let's do the Kendra Campbell.
I was cleaning my house, so.
Oh, we see you. Okay. What's the age range you would date, Janice?
I would do 40 to 50.
Okay. I'm assuming, are you done with having kids?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Does the guy have kids?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Well, that should have been an obvious one, because if she said, salute, brother Survival. If she said that a guy couldn't have kids, we would have a problem, and it would be a bad one. Again, you're seeing an individual with a problem here. Now, some of what she said, okay, there's nothing wrong with wanting something, okay, but you have to be in that position to get it. Now, I already know that Kendra's not going to ask her a bunch of questions like I would ask her, but still, as a man, before you date a woman like this, you need to think twice, because when you invest in something, you want an ROI, a return on your investment. Again, let's continue.
Does he have to be in Western New York?
I don't plan on being here long.
Okay, she don't plan on being there long. So Janice, okay, what was your last relationship?
It ended in March.
In March, okay. You don't got to answer this question, but when's the time you was intimate with someone?
3 months ago.
3 months ago, okay. Why do you think you're single?
I just needed time to heal.
Well, that's partially right, but she has a bunch of children. Now, here's something that I'm not sure of. Are the grown children living at home? Because when it comes to dealing with any woman, Now, most guys talk about the children who are a little smaller. I talk about the grown children living at home with the mom. And not only the grown children living at home with the mom, but also the grandkids also living in there with the mom. Man's got to ask himself, when you have a bunch of people living in a house, is it clean? Now, she was cleaning up her house. That's one thing. Does she know how to cook? Does she know how to manage her time when it comes to a man? She says she wants somebody available, but what about her being available? I don't understand these women when they say, well, a man needs to be available, but you have children, especially minor children. What do you do with your minor children? A number of them talk about going traveling. Well, how can you do that when some of your money has to be spent on raising children? Are your parents taking care of your children free? Those are questions that have to be asked. Let's continue.
Need a time to heal. Okay, and why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
I would say I'm nurturing, I'm caring, I love to eat, I'm a good cook, I'm supportive, I'm emotionally stable, and just all around classy woman.
All right.
All right, this one, again, personality wise, she sounds nice, but the decision making that she had. Okay, she says she's emotionally available. I understand that. She says she's a good cook. She said she's nurturing. However, who gets most of your nurturing? The kids get most of your nurturing. Again, that man is on the outside. And the problem would be, do you have daughters? See, if you have a relationship with a man and you have daughters, and the daughters don't like the man, the daughters could say that the man inappropriately touched her, and the daughters would be believed. Why? Because some of these men out here aren't liked by the children, but yet you want a man to accept everything that you have. That's the problem. In my humble opinion, that's not realistic. But a number of you women are looking for an all-star when you haven't even made it to the major leagues yet, or you have made it to the major leagues, but you made a poor decision and used drugs and you got kicked out, but you still think you're a major leaguer. You're not. Fair use. Let's continue.
And let's do it, boo. Give them how you want them to reach out to you, Instagram or Facebook?
Facebook.
Facebook. All right. What is your Facebook page?
My name, Janice Reed.
Right there, Janice Reed?
Yes.
All right, fellas, if you're interested, that's how you do it. Janice Reed, Western New York, 42, caseworker, 7 kids, 5 men. You've been married twice, though, right? Would you get married again?
I would.
She would get married again. Okay. And did you marry 2 of your children's dads?
One of them.
One of them. Okay, got you. So they 40 to 50. Let me see if I can find you. Janice Reed is kind of.
Oh, heck. So she had 5 babies' fathers and she only married 1. So that means the other babies' fathers, she had children out of wedlock. 5 men, 7 kids. Who in the world would handle that? Not me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Again, men, before you start dating some of these women, raise your standards. Hey, what's good, Mel? What's good? All right. Let me go to another one. All right. Fair use.
For a limited time at any Penn Station location, get a small Philly cheesesteak.
Hello, are
Yes!
Fair use. That's right. That's right, Survivor.
I'm
Ain't
back. We
nobody
got
time for
disconnected
that.
Saturday. Wi-Fi, you better work. Stop over
Okay,
here.
let's get into it. Your excitement is giving me life. Where's today?
Janelle, remember Facebook? Jen Kim, my mom told me about your show. Got my long checklist ready.
Shout out to you, Mel.
Okay,
My
Janelle, where
ears
you
hurt.
calling us from?
I'm currently
My
in
ears hurt too.
Ohio, but I'm originally from Florida and technically domiciled in Massachusetts. I'm going back to Massachusetts.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 32.
32. Do you have any kids?
Nope.
No kids. When's your birthday or zodiac sign?
The truck driver girl, she's March 27th. I'm March 30th. Aries, we rule. Same day as Celine Dion, honey. Get it right.
I love it. What do you do for a living?
Now, let me stop the video right there. Now, this woman comes on. This is what I'm telling you about the maturity of some women here in the United States. She acts like she's a queen. She acts like she has all this education. She acts like she is someone who a man's going to pick. Now, I've already seen the video, and she's going to have some demands. So I'm going to let you all watch the video while I have my commentary. Fair use. Let's continue.
I currently, how do I say this? My field is kind of intimidating, but I'm an entrepreneur as well. I don't like to talk about my field because I feel like guys judge.
Okay. She says her field is intimidating. But what is her field? Is she a nurse? Is she a lawyer? First of all, you're not intimidating. You're just loud, obnoxious, immature. And as a man, why would I pick you? Fair use. Let's continue.
So I'm kind of Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama is married. She was a first lady. You're a first lady?
No, I am in law school.
Oh, law school. Okay, you're in
I
law
study
school.
law. Yeah. So I interrogate you guys.
So this woman, look at the eyes on this bro. Oh, we got Brother Matt. Yeah, welcome to the chat. You watching these videos. I'm gonna want your comment in a minute, brother.
What's going on? How's everybody been?
Hell, everybody's been real good, brother. Welcome to the chat. You're here. I'm glad. Just a man.
Who's these women on the screen?
You're going to see in a moment. Fair use. Fair use. Let's go.
Oh, shit.
So what is your profession, honey?
I am currently in law school, and I have my business as well.
Okay, so your business is around law too?
Helping law students. It's a nonprofit to help students of color or those of color that are currently in the legal field that would like to pass on their mentorship, their education to future generations to come.
All right. Janelle, from Florida but lives in Ohio, you said, correct?
Yes, currently.
Okay, Aries in law school, 32, no kids. Let's do it. What kind of man you looking for, honey?
All right, I kind of change, but I know what I want. Yeah, I'm one of those grown girls. I know what I want from day.
Yeah, fair use. She's got a list, and it's going to be exhausting, and she's going to be asking for the world. Shout out to Francesca. Yes, she is exhausting and immature. Brother Matt, stand by. I'm going to get your commentary. Stand by. Stand by. Let's go. Fair use.
Day one. My grandfather just passed away. He's 103, and my grandmother is 75. They've been together for 50 years, honey.
Laughing dog.
I
Those are
want to
scams.
love like that. I am young, but I'm
Salute.
old school. Yeah, chivalry. You need to practice. You need to open the door for me. You need to say, you first, ladies first. No, not you eating and stuffing your face and ordering before me. What else? I like someone that's very kind, polite. I mean, again, you're dating Michelle Obama. I got this big law book here. You better be freaking smart. No, don't type THEIR when we're saying there are 5 guys out there, THERE. I'm very picky. Yeah, get your grammar together. Punctuations too.
Oh, bitch.
To the White
Go
House,
ahead, go ahead, brother Matt. Let's
I'm gonna
hear
be
it.
in office. Yeah,
Let's hear
you
it.
can't come with me. No, not with a ghetto gold tee. You have
Go ahead, brother Matt. Now I think this woman is immature, delusional. Shout out to Survival. Shout out to Laughing Tall. Those are scams. Yeah, she could be running the scam business. Shout out to Survival. If she graduates and starts making good money, she'll find some dude. Yeah, she'll find some dude. A simp. Go ahead, brother Matt.
Man, this bitch, she wants it all perfect. Well round circle. What the fuck can she bring to the table? What?
That's a good question.
You know, I'm trying to work on this B word, but fuck it. Bitches like her, that's just a red flag. That's an automatic stay away from. Oh my god. THEIR. Like, okay, so if they get the their word misplaced the wrong way in the fitting of a sentence, and they use it as different, so what? So what? You know what I mean? It's like nobody's perfect, bitch. But you can tell a dumb motherfucker from a motherfucker that makes a mistake.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Who the fuck are you? You're 32 with no kids. You're from Florida, but you live in Ohio. Okay, 32 with no kids. That tells me something, because, I mean, nowadays, everybody has a child, or you're really that dead set stuck on yourself that you don't want no kids because you're all for yourself and trying to accomplish shit or whatever. I don't know, man. I just feel like bitches like her are to be stayed away from. Like, you know what? Honestly, she's the type of bitch, she'll land a dude that beats on her. She'll land a nigga that beats on her, or a nigga that'll fuck her credit up, drive her car until the car is empty on gas, eat all the food out of the house, but he'll fuck her so good that she'll keep him around. She'll keep him around because she's sexually stuck on him, but he'll do all types of dirty, have kids behind her back, have a family across town. She's one of them type of bitches, man. So stupid, dumb, and naive. Book smart, but not street smart, not a bit. Book smart like a motherfucker, but dumb as fuck when it comes to street shit. Fuck that bitch, man. Why such a good dick, though, man?
Fair use. Let's continue. And shout out to Melly Mel. He's in the house.
have to be
What's up, y'all?
mandatory. No Muslim. I don't care if it's the same
I'll
thing.
come with my critique.
No
That's
Jewish.
what you mean.
Christian. There's only God. Get it together, honey. We can't work if you're Sikh. It's not going to work. My kids are going to be confused. What else? You have to be very family oriented. Yeah, family comes first. You have to be willing to come to I'm in malice with my aunt, my cousin, my dad. You got issues. Fix yourself. Next. You got maybe Mama Jama? Not interested. You can have 2 kids. That's fine. But no drama. I love kids. I want kids of my own. Hopefully 3. So I love kids, but I don't need the drama with me. And you have to be very adventurous, willing to travel, hike. I love skiing in the snow. I love winter. That's why I'm in Mass. I want to go skydiving. Have fun.
Okay.
Now I
gotta
as
say
I said
something.
before
I
on
gotta
the
say
IG,
something, man.
you can't just be old and drag like.
Do you hear this bitch?
Yo,
I'm not just sitting home and home
Hey,
body. What's
do you
wrong?
hear the bitch?
yeah.
The bitch is all I, me.
Go ahead.
I, me, I. Damn, bitch.
Yeah,
It's all about yourself.
Go ahead,
She
brother
talking
Mel.
about adventurous, doing all these activities. You look like a fucking. What you want to do in the snow? Become a big ass rolling ball snowman.
Yo.
Ball. You rolling down the
Yo.
hill.
Do you see the double chin on this bitch?
Now coming through in the snow.
Yo, do you see the double chin on this bitch?
Snowman, shit. Because he be the big ass ball in the snowman. Like, what the fuck?
Go ahead, brother Matt.
Yo, do you see the double chin on this bitch? And she got all these fucking standards and shit? Like, bitch, You're adventurous. Do you want to go visit the gym? Get a treadmill? You know what I mean? What the fuck, bitch? Me. I want to do this. You can't have this many kids. Only 2 kids. Well, bitch. How about this? If I can only have 2 kids, you gotta be under 170 pounds. The fuck? She looks like one of them little short bitches with a big ass back, a wide ass shoulder reach, no neck, with a double chin, man. I guarantee you, if you give me a whole...
Exactly, a fat with no butt, just all round.
Yeah.
Like what the hell, like an H shape. Like what the fuck? She
Bag of potatoes type of
you see
ass.
how wide her mouth be opening when she talk. I'm afraid she gonna eat my head off, literally.
So now you guys are looking at the selfishness. See, that's why I do our videos.
Yeah.
You're looking at all the unrealistic expectations. Now, the host who works in Chicago isn't asking her any questions. This is why we do these videos, because in the long run, this is the delusion that you see with a number of these women that Kendra G has on her panel.
You see a Big Mac chin, man, yo, for real. Then she's like she could fit 4 Big Mac burgers with lettuce, tomatoes, and all that shit in her mouth at the same time. Like, call fucking, we call Mrs. Pac-Man and shit.
The gobbler. The gobbler.
Yo.
Let's continue.
I need to get up. Let's go exercise. Let's go to the gym. Something.
Let's go to the gym. Why don't you go first,
My
bitch?
friend used to pay $163
He wants
for
to
car
ask her to
insurance.
do already. So
Now look how much he pays.
Inspire her.
Most insurance companies.
Oh, go all in my chain. Ghetto, singing all that. Yeah. Go all. Hey, Red.
Talking about ghetto.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
That's ghetto. Your pants down your butt. Oh, Lord God. The gold teeth, the big old chain, the big old long Santa Claus beard, nasty dreads, the hair just flying out all over the place. Get yourself that bread.
You can tell that. You can tell that bitch.
Go ahead, brother Matt.
You can tell that bitch hung around a bunch of fucking white girls and shit, man. Like, not no fucking crackers. She hung around white girls. Them uppity Beverly Hills type bitches, man.
Yuppies.
That bitch
She's a wannabe. She's a wannabe.
Yeah, she want to be white so fucking bad, man. You stinking bitch. She said the Santa Claus beard.
She's a bougie type. She's like one of them want to be bougie types and stuff. Yeah, like
yo, bro, I'll tell you like this. She get a fucking taste of some nigga dick up in her, some real nigga dick up in her. She'll change that whole fucking tune, man. She let a motherfucking nigga slide up in her and beat her spinal cord in. Fucking treat her like shit. Shove dick all in her throat, come in her face, fuck her like a piece of shit that she is. She'll change the whole tune about what she niggas with dreads and beards and all that, and the niggas with their pants off their ass. She'll love that type of shit, man. She get her a good old Raheem or Jerome up in her ass. Man, bitch. Please. Just change that fucking tune.
Shout out to Survivor. He said, you guys are brutal. She's obnoxious as you know what, not cute at all, but she seems like a nice Christian lady. She's going to be making bank after she graduates with a law degree. Well, let me tell you something about law degrees. All lawyers don't make money. You're going to have to take some big cases. You're going to have to work for a law firm, and you're going to have to get your own business after that.
Exactly.
And she can make all the money she wants, but is she going to be wifey material? Because
most lawyers don't make money like that. They take a lot of pro bono cases before they hit big time.
That's right.
More years when they first started getting into the job after they graduate.
I mean, they think they're going to walk right. They think they're going to walk right into the courtroom. You don't walk right into the courtroom. You got to start at the bottom. Even
remember, they got to pay them loans back from the school that they went through. They take out a whole lot of loans going to law school. So
right now she's asking for somebody. She says she has a job. She didn't tell you what she does, but okay, you're going to law school. But how are you working and going to law school? Because law school is not easy either. So this is the delusion that I'm showing you all, because I do a lot of psychological videos. let's continue.
She looking for a Kimbo Slice type dude look and stuff.
Wait,
She's gonna be qualified for
You
that.
can't fix your teeth? Oh my gosh, 2022, honey. Fix your teeth. Dressing all just like a clown. You got this big old pants, these big old white shirt. Just put yourself together. Be nice and pleasant and not ghetto and ratchet, please. Like, there's a time and a place for everything. Be nice, act smart, and be pleasant. Thank you.
Just to be clear, you don't do drugs, right?
No, people think I am naturally like this. That's why I'm hyped. Yeah, I drink Colombian coffee every morning. Ask my friends. I'm not.
Yo,
You heard that?
yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. See, that's the immaturity. And she's gonna be a lawyer. Would you pay her to represent you in a case?
No, man, she too overly.
I represent myself.
Jolly be a lawyer like that. Man. I don't want to represent me. You gotta take it seriously. You can't. She's
Right.
too overly. That's not proper way to be for a lawyer.
Shout out to Francesca. She's not going to be the one to represent.
What's up, Francesca? Ooh.
Yeah. But now, hey Mel, hey Matt, you see what we talk about all the time? We're not. I mean, you're seeing it. I'm going to continue, and there's more.
Actually, like this. No, I don't do drugs. I don't come from that. I'm in law.
Okay.
Little things I do, I get arrested.
This is very sober. This is very no alcohol. This is who you are.
This is who I am. Very fun, comedian, outgoing.
Okay. All right. So listen, Janelle, does he have to? What's the age range?
I've never been into younger guys. I would prefer so 32. I usually do like 35 all the way to 40. Yeah. 42 depending on how you look, but then your sperm's gotta work because I need kids. Sorry, we're not surrogated. You need to get the sperms together.
Now, this woman thinks that somebody that is past 40, their sperm doesn't work. Men can have kids all the way up to 80. It's as long as it still works. Not every man who's in their 40s and 50s takes Viagra. That's false right there. And she's talking about having kids. When did she talk about having kids? In the late 30s? She has to finish law school, but how is she going to be a mother taking care of kids? She plans on getting married. Who's going to marry that? Brother Mel, Brother Matt, your commentary.
Man, I gotta get my thoughts together. Yeah, man. For real, I feel like she's gonna get my fucking head off, man. But yo, she talk about all these things at 32 years old and still trying to be a career woman. Man, them things is past. Like she's trying to think like she's trying to be like a celebrity woman with those type of qualifications. Yeah. Think she got juice like options like that. No, like you're not Lizzo. Even Lizzo's having a hard time getting her options.
Lizzo got money.
Shit. So
all right, let me get to the poll question. Is a college degree worth the time and investment? 19% say yes, 81% say no. Well, that tells you where everybody sits with the education, and that's true. Now, she's going to school for a degree. Now, just because she's in law school doesn't mean she'll remain in law school. So with this woman, I believe she needs to grow up a little bit because she's not being taken seriously, and I don't think she takes life seriously. What say you all?
We need to watch more and more of her putting her foot in her mouth. Like, damn. You remember that what's the name that thing they were talking about the scenario about just looking for the perfect man when they go through different levels of the floors and
yeah, I remember
level one, they find all these different types, but they want to go to the next level, and they find all these different perfect types, but they still want to go to the next level, and the next level, while the dude just stopped at either floor 1 or floor 2.
That's
when she says floors, you know, even when she says floors, she still wants something more and realize there's no more floors and your chance has been up. You lost.
Yeah, shout out to brother Nate. He had that up one time. He had that up. Well, fair use. Let's continue.
They need to work, honey. Please let them work. They need to function.
Okay. Does he have to look a certain way? You kind of mentioned his attire already, and no gold teeth.
I would say one time I was picky. These days, in my age, I would say not so much. Like the other girl said, I'm one of those. I'm a fit girl, but I've always dated bodybuilder, footballers. I've been that lucky. And I used to work out and active. Too fat people can't sleep, honey. I mean, I'm a little.
So what happened with the bodybuilders and the football players you dated?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was abusive.
Okay, now
that we were engaged from
he was abusive,
5 years. And
exactly.
What did she do when to be abusive?
That's a good question. See, again, now you're starting to hear them expose themselves, the decision making. So they're going out. She says she's kind of hefty herself, but she talks about going to the gym. See the hypocrisy I just discovered? She says she dated football players, bodybuilders.
No, they probably smashed her, but didn't want to go out in the open. She was practice girl. In the time when they probably had a drought and they top tier chicks was probably out of town. So let me go for the easy types and shit. The girl I'm not gonna admit out in the open. Yeah, I might smash a couple of moon cows on the low and shit, but I ain't gonna admit it. And it's like community sets for her. To them, they doing community service.
Right.
So overall, you think this person is delusional? I think she's very delusional and selfish and immature. That's what I'm getting out of her. Very unrealistic.
You know what? I think she's just living a fucking pipe dream that'll never come true, man. She suffers from an identity crisis and a lifestyle crisis of something she wants to be that she can never be.
Huh.
She wants to be that bitch, but she's not. She missed that train already. She missed that train when she put all them burgers in her fucking mouth. When she gained that weight and let it settle on her system and become the sloth that she is.
Exactly.
She's not happy with herself.
So she's basically trying to hide or shield herself with going to law school to make herself seem like she is.
You know, in the words of Chris Smith, man, that's what these bitches do when they trying to, you know, hide behind shit. They'll pick some dumb shit out like, oh, I'm just gonna go back to school. I'm gonna go to school and do this and do that.
Mm-hmm.
Why? For what?
She's overly excited the way she is. Like she's hiding her pain. She got some pain, and you can see right through. It's equivalent to you actually see some girls that might be overly slutty the way they are, but they hiding their type of pain too. So that's
a good point. She is probably hiding behind some pain. Something happened to her probably in her childhood that she's not discovering. She already said she was with an abusive guy. You know, I don't think that's the
pain I'm thinking about. More like insecurities about herself. She's overly happy, trying too hard to make people laugh inside of the way she is. It's right. It's like how Lizzo was doing what she was doing, flaunting herself and everything. And then she get online crying and everything, blah, blah, blah. This my weight, blah, blah, blah. But then acting like she shit and everything. Yeah, this is this chick. She hides about being overly happy the way she is, like, you know, with overly exciting attitude, but that's a cover up. Like, you know, yeah.
So basically, I believe it was Mel or Matt. She said she deals with somebody that beats her, and and one of you said that, and she was in an abusive relationship with a football player.
Yeah, I said it earlier. I said she's the type of bitch that deal with a nigga that'll beat on her, fucking get over on her. She's all naive and stupid. Type of nigga that'll eat her out of house at home, fuck her credit up, drive her car till it's empty and make her fill the tank. You know, one of those stupid bitches, man. Because she's getting piped, just because she's getting piped down, she's satisfied with that, so she'll deal with the bullshit that comes with them. Because nobody else really wants her.
She got piped down by a dude that's not even in her lane and shit. But he's not he's not admitting out in the open, so she do whatever she can to please him and shit. I think her type of abuse, it might not even be physical, it might like be more emotional, verbal to her standards and shit.
Because usually when people get that delusional, it's they get a touch of schizophrenia in them. In other words, in her mind, she's spitting out facts when on the outside we see she's not spitting out facts.
Mm-hmm.
There is some pain there. There's some delusion. There's some selfishness there. Let's continue. Let's hear what more she has to say.
Yeah, he was abusive, and that one was controlling.
Okay, so you want a bodybuilder type of guy?
It doesn't have to be bodybuilder. It does. I don't want it skinny, but I also you can't be like how Fat Joe used to look. You can't look like Norbit. You can't look like Norbit. Respucia Norbit.
You talk about. Let's do the Kendrick Cam. He's like the old Fat Joe. He can't be Norbit. It's time for the Kendrick Cam.
So Black Lives Matter released their 990 IRS filing. They collected.
Okay.
Yeah, download a bit before we download this app.
These are real. No, sir.
You using Firefox?
Just like this.
Actually, I'm using Chrome.
Firefox. Download an extension called Ad Killer. You won't go through commercial breaks when you got that extension on
Those
Firefox.
questions are hard, Kendra. I always thought about that. Just make sure you're okay. So make sure you have a plan and you know where you're going. You're currently a security guard making $14 an hour. Okay, is that your forever job? And I'm countable. I make good money. I'm countable. Next. You need to. Are you a security in school? Okay, let's work with that. Are you a truck driver trying to get your own business? Okay, let's work with that. But like, you're okay with 14 and working at Target for $12 an hour? No, those 2-3 jobs and no. Next, get goals. Come on, especially being a minority in Black, you gotta have goals. Yeah, please.
Okay, what was your last relationship, Janelle?
7 years ago.
Okay. You don't have to answer what I'm going to ask. When was the last time you was intimate with someone?
A long time ago. I've been single for 7 years, so a long time ago. Yeah, I date with a purpose. I'm not a whore. I'm not a thought. I don't sleep around. I'm sorry.
She's a toy horse. I bet that bitch got a drawer
It takes
full
a
of
lot
toys.
to get in my stuff. I can count on one hand how many been there. That's how clean it is, honey. So I expect the same from you. I have cobwebs. Thank you.
We love to hear it. Janelle, I'm going to ask you this on a serious note. Do you think your list could be adjustable in some ways, or are you living by everything you requested?
It used to be worse than that. I have adjusted as I had grown, Kendra. First I said no kids. Now I'm like 2 kids is fine. I mean, okay. Okay, yeah, true. All right, let's see. I am open to changing it a bit. But again, certain things like a bunch of tattoos all over, looking like, certain things are just non-negotiable. The piercing, the guys, I meet a lot of guys from Maryland, they have piercings here and nose piercing. In Jamaican culture, that's a batty boy. You have a nose piercing, a batty boy. I can believe my parents.
Okay, one more question. Do you think you're judgmental? Would you say that or no?
I have heard that I am judgmental, but I'm not. I grew up in a Christian, like, you can't come around my family with your butt out. They're going to be like, Joe, where you got this guy from? You can't come around them speaking like nasty, what's up, dog? And come on, you're coming into a Southern Christian house. I got to be able to bring you home. So if you can act right.
That's the consistent comment, is that you're very judgmental. That's what they're saying in the comments.
I've heard that before. I'm not judgmental. It's why I've been around guys. It's what I pick up. I have been on. That's why they never went to my parents' house again, because they act like that.
Well, that's because you made a mistake by picking the wrong type of guys.
Exactly. She dated those guys, period.
And
that's the guys in relationships. Those were the type of guys she constantly dated, because that's all she could get.
So with that being said, she wants to be a lawyer, but she doesn't know how to pick guys. And the old adage is you are what you attract.
Well, I'll tell you this much.
Go ahead,
She'd
bro.
be better. She'd be better at being a prosecutor because they're just fucking airheads and just trying to get the conviction out of you. So they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But for her to represent somebody as a lawyer, nah, she'd be terrible at that, man. She'd be better off being a prosecutor, man.
It's more like, if 50 Cent came by our door, she'll be like, oh God, yes, and everything. Yeah, like dude from the street, but he's a millionaire.
Yo, he'd probably do that so dirty.
I can understand the pants hanging down the ass and everything. I give a credit
for that.
Yeah, and everything. All them earrings in their ears, even the nose rings and shit like that. For real, like, I'm like that with the females with nose rings in their ears also too.
I mean, but what about the modern day woman that runs around with a fucking pound full of makeup on her face and a whole bunch of goddamn barnyard hair in her fucking head and these goddamn fake fucking Barbie doll eyelashes on and shit and these fucking plastic fingernails, man. What about the modern day women that are out here looking like a fucking wax doll talking about some they bad bitches and niggas gotta meet this standard.
Hey Matt, you forgot the lip piercings. You forgot the nose piercings. Some of them have the bull piercings, like you ring a doorbell. You know, you're not.
The bull nose ring. Now they put another piercing in front of the tip of the bottom of the lip and shit. Like it look like a damn pimple on their lip or some shit. Like what the fuck?
And remember, some of them have a bunch of earrings in their ear. Now I did a poll question. And somebody answered it, and I asked, was a woman rebellious with the colored hair, the piercings, the tattoos, and the nose rings? Now, I didn't,
Yes, that's a rebellious chick. And shit, yeah. That's a chick that feel like I'm being free and want to be balanced. You already know the other aspects, of a sexuality. Yeah, that's the chick that does that.
That's it.
Look here.
Then she talked about her list was worse than the one she gave out now. What the hell?
Well, fair use. You're going to see some more of this, and we got more. You're going to.
Let me tell you all this, man. Let me say this, man. And I'm saying this because we on the stream and ain't too many people on here that really know me. That's why I ain't got to worry about hearing nobody's fucking mouth. But really, then again, I wouldn't care if I did, man. So last night, man, I went out and picked up this trick bitch, man. I was selling pussy, right? So, man, let me tell you how so much easier it is just to buy a piece of ass, blow your fucking load, give her the fucking money, and go about your business. You ain't gotta worry about all that stupid shit that bitch on that video talking about. That bitch don't care about nothing except for some money, and you don't care about nothing but getting your fucking nut. That's just the way the fucking world need to be, man. All this standard shit and this and that, you gotta be, man. Look, fuck all that. Fuck all that. You got all that fucking mouth and shit, man. Huh?
You eliminated the middleman.
I got right to the fucking point. Yo, what's up? What you up to? You out here? I already know what time it is. What you want to do? Come on, hop in. I mean, I'm fucking. It's like, yo, you eliminate all that bullshit that bitch is talking about. You ain't gotta hear that shit. You ain't gotta hear that shit. You ain't gotta deal with it. And if that bitch do feel some type of way, look, you put her in a compromised position. Yo, you want to get paid? You want to get this money? All right, then turn your ass around and toot it up. Let me or open your fucking mouth and finish the job. Come on.
Yeah, what's so funny though? Dudes can't even do that right these days.
Oh,
they spend their money on chicks and hopes flying them over in hopes of getting some, and they get juiced.
Let me tell you why. They ain't no men around. They not around no men, man. They out here doing bitch shit, man.
Yeah, I'm like, yo,
no structure.
Can't fly a chick out and everything. Yo, you might as well pay a call girl, man. At least you getting what you want, making sure you're getting what you want. You find a girl, you talk to her IG and treating her like she ain't no damn hoe and shit like that for real. And she flipped the script on your ass. She got the money and shit. She had to spend time in her pocket and you got juiced.
Now, so you guys right now, you don't believe
You paying for her service. You hear me? You paying for the service.
So
you gonna treat her the way the fuck you want to treat her. You know what I'm saying?
Now, brother Matt, I guess you and Mel, both the raw guys I have on my panel, you all don't believe in taking a woman out on a date, and
it depends.
It depends.
My intention, if I just want to smash, I ain't taking her out on a date. If I want to take it seriously, I want some company and shit. I don't mind taking her on a date.
But now, what would you take her on a date? Now, you're not gonna go spend somebody that's not.
No, hell no. That's a. She gotta earn that shit. Then we gonna go to the park somewhere or chill. We have home cooked meal in my house. That's it. Herbs. So we make it official. Then you get upgraded depending on how
I make it clear. I don't know about you, bro.
Bring value to me.
I make it clear to a bitch, man. If I'm taking you out, I'm whining and dining you after a certain amount coming out of my pocket. We fucking like. If you want to try to rob the bank and get a little something out of me, that's cool. That's no problem. But just know this: we fucking. Or we're not, because I'll cut the whole shit off and leave you stuck with the bill.
If I just want to.
I know you, Matt. You not go back a long way, brother. You left the woman down in Florida, man. Yeah, tell Mel what you did, man.
Oh, man.
Matt left the woman down in Florida, man. I remember he told me that.
Yeah, Hey, man. I told that bitch, shut the fuck up, man. She want to keep running her fucking mouth.
I said,
we drove from New Jersey down to Florida. She want to keep running her fucking mouth, acting all fucking tough and shit. And like, my thing is this: if I tell you I'm going to get this hotel room for us, and you ain't trying to put no money towards it, bitch, guess where the fuck we sleeping? We're sleeping where I'm paying for it. Now, if you got some money on something, then okay, you got some input. Cool. But if you ain't paying for shit, bitch, we're sleeping where the fuck I'm paying for it. It's that simple.
Jenny V said, "Is that Danny DeVito on the screen?" Oh, you guys are roughing my audience tonight. Good evening, Jenny V. She's talking about that girl up there. Looks just like Danny DeVito. You know the guy, the short guy. He's on a Jersey Mike's commercial. He wears glasses now. He played on Taxi. Yeah. Wow. But I understand. Let's continue so you can hear some more of her. Let's continue.
That and they're embarrassing me in public. You can't do that in public. Again, I'm going into a field. I'm going to be at the White House. You can't come.
I wanted to go to that. So what are you going to be doing at the White House? You're going to be a lawyer for the president?
So I plan to run for office. For Massachusetts. Yeah. So again, I'm going to be like maybe like a congresswoman. I don't think something to that effect. Because I definitely again want to help minorities, especially deal with education and police brutality. Things that's my passion and my goal, to stop those stuff. So if I'm going to show up at all those events, you can't talk. Attorney Angus' husband. Hey, what's up, dog? How you doing, dog? Dog? You talking to our manager? Act right. You gotta learn how to act.
Okay. I do want to see a little bit better. We got to keep going because I want the Wi-Fi to get messed up. All right, why do you think you're single?
I think I am very picky.
Go ahead, you all. I know you guys want to comment.
Anyone a chance I could work with, he's missing 2 or 3 or 4 criteria, so let me help. Guys they're not patient, they're not willing to work. Some guys also they want the cookie cutter, and you can't get my cookie. I have a time.
Well, you talking about your cookie, but what makes your cookie all that? You're not a virgin. See, these women are running around like they're virgin. Shout out to Jenny V. Looks like a dude. Shout out to Francesca. Lord help Massachusetts. And Brother Survival, she's running as a liberal. Massachusetts, I've been there a couple of times. That's a blue state. She's going to tell you she wants to move to a blue state in a minute. Let's continue.
Frame. You can't just meet me and 2
What's the time frame to get your cookie?
I usually go by the 90-day rule.
Okay.
Which is why I've only been on a handful of relationships. I date with a purpose. I date to get married. I don't want to fling myself around and I'm not into that. I want to find someone to grow and build with. So again, I'm willing to work with you, but you also have to show that you're willing to work with me. Like,
okay. All right, Janelle, why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
I mean, come on. What else do you want?
Girl,
I don't wear weave.
You way too much. I can't date you. I love you because your personality. That's okay. You have your real hair. That is fair. But yeah, I think you. If I was a man, it would be way too much for me.
Yeah.
Hi, it's Stacey Abrams.
Oh boy.
There's a huge fundraising deadline for House Democrats.
All right.
Get that damn drag queen.
I've heard that.
Hey,
what Mel? Drag queen.
You watch this
exactly.
Back.
Shit.
You watch this.
Go on making commercials.
You will read
no
the comments.
No voting. No
boxing. Because women and men. But I don't have nothing to say. They will tell you in the comment section.
Oh, they're gonna tell.
You're very honest. I would like to learn from you because if I get the critique from you,
I think this is the problem. We're hosting the show, and I want to say this. I'm not the same person when I started hosting the show that I am today.
No, you have improved a lot. Yes, I agree. You're very nice and patient.
Kevin Samuels told her ass off.
Shout out to brother Nate.
I was about to tell you about the things that I've learned from people in dating.
Okay.
But I wasn't to ask you if I approved or not, Janelle, but we'll leave that off of the table because I know you have a good spirit and a good heart. But what I'm gonna say is I had this thought of dating, and then now I've been hosting a show for 2.5 years. And I have so much data. And the biggest thing is people want unrealistic expectations. It's like you guys want this fantasy person. And a lot of women, like everything you described that you don't desire is fine. And guess what? There are men that will fit your description. The question is that man checking for you though?
That's right.
I am open, guys. You have to prove me. I have met guys.
Go ahead, Mel.
They're very nice, and they have the manners and stuff. But
bullshit and everything what she's saying.
So I'm open. If you can show me that, and I'm willing to work with you. I'm willing to meet you halfway. If
she doesn't even follow her own damn advice,
and I'm open to dating anybody from New England
and
all the way to Maryland. So
Kevin Samuels told her the same shit that she's telling this chick. She went on a rant about him, told him he gay and all that shit for real. Yeah, now he's gone. You trying to do his shtick. It ain't working the same way. That's the problem.
Well, see, KS asked her question. See, she doesn't ask a question. Shout out to brother Cyber Toxin in the building again. Brother Nate in the building. Yeah, I'm broadcasting tonight. Come on up. I dropped the link.
She don't ask questions to females. Unless on you with your type name, but she don't really criticize them either too.
Well, that's why we're doing it. I'm showing you how the left is delusional. That's why I put it up there. This is what's on the left. The left has a backwards way of thinking. And this is what you get when you don't. She doesn't have any substance herself. So she's looking for a guy of substance. And in the end, she acts like a little girl. Who would want to pay $250 for her to represent them? She'd probably lose the case and take your money.
Exactly.
It's absolute crazy. Fair use. Let's continue.
But I'm not staying here. It's racist. It's a white supremacist. I'm not staying here. I need to go to the blue state.
See, she needs to go to blue state.
Well, let's do it, Janelle. You know you're going to be a highlight. So you have to This is Janelle. Do you want?
Well, she doesn't want to be in the red state of Ohio, so she wants to go. Oh, brother Nate, what's up?
What up, Leon? Salute, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Hey, brother Nate, you might want to follow up on this. We're doing.
I haven't seen this one yet, bro.
Oh, you might want to see this one, brother. You might want to, because we're gonna be hitting hard with some of these. All right, fair use. Let's.
They gotta be in Ohio.
Yeah, no, you can be here, but you have to be willing. You have to be open.
I got more for you. Don't worry.
I'm gonna be active, and moving. I'm from Florida. I've been to New York. I've been to like 8 states.
Hey, Mahogany, shout out to you. Welcome to the chat.
Okay. You give me an age range 35 to 40. The guy can have kids. You do want kids. She's an Aries in law school. She plans on being in the White House one day. Michelle Obama is your twin, according to you, correct?
She's my role model. Like anytime anybody asks me like, what do you do? And I don't want to say the law part, I'm like, think of Michelle Obama, right? She told Obama,
I think it's funny when you said that because I instantly thought of First Lady. I didn't really think about her law degree anymore. I thought about her being the First Lady. But I understand where you got that from. All right, Jenna, how you want them to reach out to you, honey?
So you can reach out to me on IG. My IG name is legally Jin Kim _ justice. It's like right here, or Jin Kim Angus on Facebook. Either one is fine.
Either one is fine. Okay. So legally Jin Kim _ justice.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I
hopefully become a judge too.
So wait, is it on Facebook or Instagram?
Either one is fine. Any's fine.
Okay, let's go to. And what is it on Facebook?
TV judge.
On Facebook, it's Jin Kim Angus.
Okay, it's like how it's right there, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I find you. I think this is probably you. This you right here?
Yes, that's me. Yes,
okay. Other people your Instagram one more time.
And my Instagram is legally LEGALLY Jin Kim altogether JINKIM _ justice.
She forgot to add MOOCOW.
Thank you, Kendra, for all you do. I love your patience and your attitude. And yes, you need to kick their ass because they've been mean to you sometimes. So do it. Like they've been nasty and rude to you. I'm like, leave Kendra alone. Mind your business.
Oh, I can't read all the comments. I get way more love than hate, and it's all good. And
exactly, you do. The few bitches and nasty people, you need to kick them out. Like you.
Oh, I don't have time to notice it. You guys have. I'm too busy hosting the show, so sometimes I catch a comment here and there. But my priority is the guest I'm talking to.
Like your boobs are fake. It ain't none of your business. You ain't Kendra's man. You're sleeping with Kendra.
Yeah, that's
so rude. That's what I'm talking about. Your boobs are fake. It's none of your business. She's doing the show. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Period. Don't watch it.
All that behavior is going to make you very appealing.
One more time. You don't do drugs, right?
Kendra, I don't know. I just learned what edible was in March of this year. That's why I tell you the family I come from. I'm sheltered. My mom, I couldn't do certain things. I don't.
Leon,
can't hear you, bro.
Brother Nate, she's going to law school to be a lawyer. Okay.
Oh wow.
You might want to pick this video up, probably chime in because I'm talking about the delusion tonight. So I said,
I mean, so you're obvious. How old is she?
32.
32.
She's 32?
No kids.
Nigga, she looks like she's 38, 39. And the weight will do that to a woman, unfortunately. But
well, she was saying
got a banging body either.
Well, you missed the big body and Mel. No, she's looking for a guy to go to the gym, and she dated football players, and Matt guessed it out.
She wants a guy to go work out with her.
She want to do what he's doing. These
what she really want? She want a motherfucker to go. She want to go to the gym, but she can't do it by herself. So she needs a motherfucker to assist her. So that's her way of trying to say she wants a nigga that works out and shit. Because her fat ass really want to go do it her damn self, but she can't. Sloppy ass bitch.
Yeah. So you're gonna insist that a man. First of all, you're coming to the market like incomplete. You're coming to the market incredibly incomplete, and you're demanding that a man help you get to the point to where you'll be attractive enough to leave him and then get a better man. That's what she would do, I guarantee you. You would drop the guy that would date her while having the weight. If she lost the 80 pounds or whatever she's carrying around, I guarantee you that guy gets thrown out the door, and little Miss Light Skin with the good shape now, with the curly hair, gets to go get a much better looking guy. I guarantee you, dog.
Yeah.
But see, then it's the next thing is this attitude that she has. She does have a little masculine, hyperactive demeanor type chick. Like,
yeah, she a little too much. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't know how to tone it down a little bit with her hyperactiveness.
Like I see a little bit, and shout out to Jenny V. Psycho alert, red flags. Who's going to deal with that? Even Kendra said she was a bit too much.
Mm-hmm.
Even Kendra said.
Let me ask you something, Brother Leon.
Go ahead,
You
bro.
know, my channel, I've done streams with the men. Have you ever done a stream with one of the terrible men?
You know, I've never done it. No.
I would love to hear your perspective on these shitty dudes too.
Oh, you mean from Kendra G?
Yeah, you know, Kavendra G interviews some shitty guys. You've seen me play their video, so if you can find a shitty dude, man, I would love to hear your perspective on that too.
You know what? I'm glad you. I'm glad.
I might even shoot you one if I find a really shitty dude. I'll send it to you. All right?
Yeah, and
let me do that. I'll do that for you, dog.
Kendra asked her twice if she used drugs, and and yeah, she did. And when you deal with a person like this, she is bad. She's bad crazy. She's bad crazy. You got to sleep with. I mean, the way she's talking, the immaturity. See, I do Kendra's videos just so you can see the immaturity in these women. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got some more for you. There was one with a man. Hold on. Let me get to this one. You all gonna have fair use.
Indiana State University Sycamores conquer through questioning. They fly in to save the day.
What's your name, honey?
It's Phoenix.
Phoenix, where you calling me from?
From Philly.
You been here before?
No.
Now this one's looking for a woman.
I'm 39.
39. What you do for a living?
Oh my God.
I'm a correctional sergeant.
Correctional sergeant. You have any kids?
I'm currently pregnant.
You're pregnant right now?
Yeah. Yes.
Why are you not with the dad?
So first of all, it was a sperm donor. I did artificial insemination. And I'm a lesbian.
That's the left for you.
Okay, this is
the AG. What you spend?
For this ride I'm about to be on.
Wait a minute. Let's go.
Okay, so you have a sperm donor. So basically, I understand that process. So how many months pregnant are you?
I'm about to be 20 weeks. 5 months.
You're looking for another shorty to do
5 months.
5 months.
Oh my God.
Okay, so and you're a lesbian, so women only.
Yep, women only.
So you would desire a woman that will be willing, I guess, to co-parent with you.
I don't need her necessarily to co-parent with me, but she can just be there. She doesn't have to take on the responsibility because I decided to do this on my own.
Okay. You don't have to.
God damn.
With your belly?
Yeah, sure. I could get you the Kendra cam early. Sure. Hold on. Put you on my stand real quick.
And shit like that is because like these lesbian couples, they do this all the time. But the funny thing about it, she's trying to do like a heterosexual woman.
Can y'all see the belly? I can't. Oh, you're not showing that much. Well, okay, we can.
All right. Hey, welcome Mahogany to the panel. All right, guys.
Madam.
Hey, hello, y'all. I just wanted to. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Well, y'all, this is so weird for me. Actually.
Why you so nervous? Why you so nervous?
How you doing now?
All right.
I thought I had completely pissed you off, honey, but no. Yes, I just got home from a funeral, so I'm not in the.
Oh, my condolences.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you. My grandmother, 98 years old. Yes, 98 years old. She was 2 months away from being 99.
Wow.
But yeah, it was. Yeah, she did, and most of it was healthy. So I'm grateful. Praises be. I'm actually really grateful, but it's been a very long day for us. So I'm not going to stay long. I wanted to speak on the young lady that I saw when I first came in.
Sure.
You know, we talk about, well, I've heard the space talk about, I'm going to just be honest, because it's a man's space. Sometimes we address socially awkward men and stuff like that, but no one really addresses socially awkward women. And I know a little bit about people with disorders and special needs and stuff. And a lot of times girls and women do, they people don't recognize it right away, but they have a lot of the same qualities, but for some reason, like when women have autism or young girls have autism, it goes undiagnosed a lot. For some reason, they just don't see it in women, but they have some of the same social awkwardness. Now, I don't know that young lady. I don't really watch Kendra G's show. I just peeked in on for a second, but I could tell some of her mannerisms because I'm very closely involved with people like that. So I'm just saying it's a possibility. Some people are really good with interacting in conversations and knowing how to keep their tone of voice and their reactions. And some people, they get excited, and so you just got to kind of learn people's signs. I'm just saying that's a possibility of what was going on with her. Not to make excuses, it's just a possibility.
No, it's not an excuse because I picked up and called it out earlier. Also,
okay.
I didn't use the social awkwardness, but I kind of figured it out also too.
Well,
She's hiding it. So
go ahead,
it
Nate.
would be nice if ladies like this had friends like you that would be honest with them, instead of probably saying, "Ooh, girl, you're great. You're gonna be an attorney. You're perfect. You're a 10." Level with your girlfriends and say, "Hey, sis, you might want to get this checked out. This might be affecting your ability to get the things you want, And that's part of the problem, Mahogany. I'm gonna be honest with you. You look at that show, all they do is big each other up about how great they are.
True.
I want to say this about that woman in particular. I would like to say that we don't know. She might actually be getting the help that we just don't know it. But the reason, I think what men don't understand about a lot of women, because you guys are going to think I'm making excuses. I'm just telling you the way women see it. It's hard to explain, but I've been there. I think a lot of us have been in a bad place before, whether it's with past relationships or just things not going well in our life. It doesn't really matter what it is. So women, maybe men differently, but women tend to, we do tend to stroke each other's ego and back a bit to try and lift each other up. It's really, it's not that we're lying to each other or that we don't want to help each other. It's we have a different way of helping each other that maybe men don't understand. I don't know how to explain it. Like even tonight, my best friend has been telling me she loves me all day long. She's been texting me all day long. But I do agree with you. She's also
now, Mahogany, let me cut you off.
I mean, we understand, but the problem is there's no equilibrium to it in a way. You gotta know when to know what.
Right.
No, you gotta give a fair critique if you feel like you wanna hurt her so badly. And stuff.
Right.
You still gotta be straight, honest with the person and everything.
Absolutely.
With your critique, and most women ain't doing that.
That's where we have the problem. I mean, I know if somebody says something's wrong with me, yeah, it's going to hurt. The truth is going to hurt. And some women, Mahogany, really can't take the truth. They really can't. That's why they get, and there are guys out here I know who can't take it either. But on Kendra G's show, she allows those girls, and a number of them, in my humble opinion, because I can recognize these behaviors, these psychotic. I mean, you came to the right place. I'm the one that does the psychological issues, and a number of them have been psychologically damaged. They've made poor excuses, and some of them are very delusional as well, and they're lying to themselves as well. And
yes. I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't know. I think women are just different. We don't feel comfortable telling another woman I don't know how to explain it. We just feel like it's disrespectful. I don't know how to explain it to y'all.
What, to tell another woman that you all tell women everything else. I mean, if your man was messing up, you would go and definitely tell other women, but another woman can't tell you if They got an issue. Come on now.
Well, okay, I'll tell you this, and then I'm gonna
Come
let
on
you.
now.
Okay, I'm gonna be fair. This is what I mean. Like, it's the
I mean,
truth.
we weren't born yesterday. We're all Gen Xers up here.
No, what I'm saying is women will talk to other women. So I'll take the lady in the chat, Jenny. Let's say me and Jenny be our friends. Me and her will talk to each other all day, and we might privately correct each other, but we're not. If we're true friends, we're not going to do it outward and about to where people would know. But typically, women do not correct strange women they don't know. Like a lot of times, I feel not y'all, but I feel like some of the men in the space want us to correct women we don't know, and it's like. It's too much. It's too much.
I can see that. I can
Yeah,
see that. But can I ask you this, Mahogany?
Sure.
Are women correcting the women they do know enough?
Exactly.
I think
See,
so.
see one thing, not enough because I heard it from another female saying herself on her podcast. This whole thing about the self love thing and everything. Well, now how much more self love you need for a certain amount of years and stuff like that. With so many years, how much healing you need for 15 years straight, and you still ain't got no man. You still not really happy with your. You're kind of shielding it. All this self journey that you're doing for so long, the way you're doing it, it's more like you're using it as a clutch, as an excuse to not really go out to take a chance at something. So you still use it as a safety net. I'm still self healing. I'm self love, self discovering myself. That's what's going on a lot now with a lot of females like that. Like I look at them like, okay, you've been getting help for yourself for so many years. I hear like 10 years or more and everything. And I'm like, you don't need no more damn help like that for real. Like you still single. How much more help you need to get healing for the more you need? Now you're looking for more of a clutch. It's just like you know how some people go to therapy for too long. It's like therapy supposed to be to target the root of the problem so you could work on it and get back out differently how you see it. But too many people go through this therapeutic stages for too long and stuff. And it's hindering themselves from success. So they use all the excuse about I'm self-love, I'm still self-healing, but you're doing it for so long. Like after a while, you don't need, how much more self-healing you need? So much. Like look at what's happening now. Like Tia marrying it right now. She's divorcing her husband for only amount of years. And now
14
all of a sudden
years.
you're talking about now you're gonna do a self-love journey, blah, 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 and reconcile differences. That's bullshit. Ain't no reconcile differences with that. She's the one that's talking about it more than he is. So
go ahead, Mahogany.
Well, I'm just gonna say I understand what you're saying now. I just in marriage, a lot of times people will say irreconcilable differences because they just don't want to get into the. And I don't blame them. They're celebrities, so I would not be putting my business out there. But they could be going through something that we, will never understand. So usually when people make a divorce or decide to have a divorce, that's a very serious situation. So we'll never know. I don't really even want to know about what's going on with her. I think sometimes people are way too involved in other people's private lives.
Fucking rich people problems.
Yeah, they're a whole different. I just want to say there was something I wanted to tell you, sweetie. My brain is like fried today.
Again, my condolences for your grandmother. I remember when mine passed away.
Yeah, it's not. She was in hospice. I just didn't talk about it. I haven't been on live. I think in about a week.
Right.
But she's been in hospice for about almost 2 weeks, about a week, and in the hospital for a week, and so it's just been a rough month, really. But like I said, I'm grateful. This woman was amazing. I mean, she really, really, really was an amazing person. So, it's all good. It's like a bittersweet type of thing. But I will say this to y'all, gentlemen. Kind of getting on what Mel said, and then I'll let you have your show and I'll listen. When I was younger, I used to look at the women in the church. I grew up in the church, y'all. And I used to look at the women in the church, and some of them spent years and years. Even my mom would say she's married to Jesus. But going back to what you said about, women being alone for so long and they need time and they need time. And after my mom's last marriage, it was a lot of downs, right? She turned to faith. She turned to the church more than ever, and she found a comfort. And I noticed that a lot of the Black women find comfort in that, but I don't think it ever really gives them solace or peace. And it's just something I remember worrying about for a long time. I wanted my mom to get back out there, jump back on the horse. I actually wanted a stepfather that would take care of me and my brother, but it just didn't work out that way. But I'm saying all this to say is that it might not make sense to us, but some people are okay being alone. Some women are okay being single. They've made peace with themselves, and you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm just trying to get you guys to see a different side.
Okay with being
absolutely,
single.
absolutely.
Okay with being single. Oh wow.
Well,
is that you're okay with being single, or you just don't got time to deal with the bullshit?
It's a lot of
made peace being single by default because, or
is it that
you just
you
not
say you're okay with being single, or
into being with paying someone. I can believe that part. Not everybody want to be with someone, a company, but if it's due to your own faulting because of how you are, and all of a sudden now you decide, oh, not fit yourself the way you think you is. Like I said, that self-love healing journey you're doing, but then you came to the conclusion, I'm just not
Can I ask you a question,
I'm
ma'am?
being single and all that mess. Like,
I'd like to ask you something. Well, I don't want to take your channel away, Leon. I'm trying to make a point.
We'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask Mel a question. So at this time, my mother had then been married several times. She lost her husband and buried another ex. Long story. By this time, she was married 3 times, right? She had all the children she was going to have. She was pretty much at peace in her life. So maybe, like you guys are in a different stage in life. My mom was in her 40s and decided to lay it all down on the cross. She just devoted herself to church. And I'm just saying, I see a lot of women doing that. It brings them some kind of peace, and I don't judge them for it. I really don't judge them for doing that. There's so much judgment.
What you're
Is
talking
it
about?
okay that a woman just have peace, that she's okay with herself being by herself, if that's what she is?
It's okay if she does it, but if you're talking about the church mahogany, I've seen a number of them who dedicate their lives to church, and yet and still they're hypocrites. They're going over to the bar. They're hoeing. I know. Look, church women aren't the most qualified women out here. Brother Matt, me and you come from the East Coast, and Mel, all of us.
In my younger years, I used to sell drugs to people in the congregation. So I'm not. I am not a believer in any of that church shit. I done seen both sides of the tracks in the almighty house of the Lord.
So y'all don't think a woman can be just okay by herself? That's what I'm asking. Period.
I mean, she can't be okay by herself.
The question is she really okay by herself, or is she just settling? Is she just settling for the bare minimum or nothing at all because nobody wants to be bothered with her, or she don't want to be bothered with the bullshit? What is it really?
Let me ask you something.
If I could chime in real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Nate.
Can a woman be okay by herself? I'm being honest with you, not really. Women are designed to be communal. Women need relationships. If you notice, when an older woman has nobody around her, she deteriorates quick. They just do. A woman needs friendship. She needs camaraderie. Women absolutely need that. Women tend to slip into depressions and all of the other kind of stuff when they're alone.
I meant because we have relationships. My mom has lots of friends. We're talking about, does she need a man? Does a woman have to have a man to validate her as a woman? And I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. Mahogany.
Yes, sir.
What did God intend? That's if you're religious. What did God intend for a woman? See, because that's the problem with a lot of Black women. You're basing what you believe off what popular culture and feminism says women say. What were you designed by your creator to do? That's the problem. A lot of women don't think about that. They don't acknowledge it. Men are not supposed to be alone either. Women absolutely are not supposed to be alone because they destroy themselves when they don't have a man that cares about them, giving them guidance and tutelage. That's why a man was supposed to take his daughter and hand his daughter off to her husband. She doesn't even live by herself. You go from your father's house to your husband's house to protect and keep you safe, oftentimes from yourself a lot of times. I'm just telling you how I was taught things are supposed to be. That's all I can do.
No, I mean, I've heard that
trust me,
before.
like the
I've
job
heard
I work for, doing pickups for some of these old ladies from the hospitals. Most of them don't even have kids. When I drop them off to their homes from transportation, like the way they get out the cars, like they have no assistance at that time of night. It's kind of depressing in some way you look at it. Like when I pick up someone from the hospital, I picked up this one lady and she had no kids. She was not married, and nobody know. She was knocked out on the floor in the middle of the floor somewhere in her house. It took a minute to ambulance come get her. I think her neighbors came and called the ambulance for her, but it's like she has nobody. I picked up some of these females that have nobody, didn't marry, had no kids, looking after them, nothing. Like, I was like, yo, the only guys they caretakers, whoever service they got. So it's like they say all that stuff now because number one, they probably relying still on their friends, neighbors that close to them to take care of them. But what if those friends go off and have their own lives? They find someone significant other. What do those females got? Then they be so content and trying to take care of themselves and everything. It's like they spend most of their lives too much alone with themselves. And it's like, okay, you spend so much years alone by yourself. Why? Because reality is the choices of the mates that you constantly choose. That's the problem.
So salute, brother.
Like
Trucker. He's in the building, and Osama, salute to him.
Now, Mahan, you said your mother was married 3 times, and each husband was to death do them part.
Two of them.
The last one and the one before that.
My father died when I was a baby, so.
Your father. Okay.
Yeah, and then her first husband, my older brother,
Okay.
She's
not married.
Well, he I've talked about this on my own channel, but he was a horrible relationship, and he ended up dying later on.
She never remarried after that?
Yeah, she was married to him first, and she married my father. And then my father died, and then she tried marriage one last time with my little brother's father, and he eventually eventually divorced, and then he died.
Okay. So it's like she never remarried since the third husband?
No, I think, a woman and a man can only take so much in a lifetime. I think that was it.
Well, that's different from a lot of other females that never even gotten married and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Never even got in a relationship. You got females now talking about I'm content with being single so much, like, and then we want no kids and everything. Okay, I understand the kids aspect, but there be no relationship or period. And the reason I can't even say their reasons. I see on panels with people that's trying to promote marriage and relationships, and I'll be wondering, okay, why is she on here? There's nothing she could do to say, and it's like, do you want a woman like that around? No man don't want a woman like that around his wife, like that, because any problems they go through and everything, if she talk to them, she'll probably in a sneak advice about being single and everything. She'll have a little bit of influence on married women that might have like nitpicking problems with their wives, and she will encourage women to be single like she is.
I believe
like,
that
females like that.
Grown women well, I can't speak for all women, but a fully grown woman with a strong mind and heart can make her own decisions. I decide who I'm friends with, have you ever been married yourself, Mel? And let me just say, I work in the medical field too, and there's a lot of lonely men also, not just women.
Yeah. That's what Nate was saying. No human being is not meant to be alone and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But we men can actually survive a little longer than y'all women being alone, because like I said, it's in our DNA to be the strong builders.
We require a lot less than women in the way of friendships and relationships. Put a man with his TV, his favorite football team, he's gonna relatively be okay.
That's true. That's me on Sunday.
But would he be better off with a woman? There, of course he would.
Sure.
as long as she's a proper woman.
Exactly.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you gentlemen let me join because I know sometimes I cut up, but I would never do that over here with any of y'all. But I know I'm like on opposing sides, so but I appreciate y'all letting me have a little bit of conversation with you.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I'm just gonna get a little rest now. It's been a long day. So, but thank
All
you.
right, you take care of yourself, Miss
I,
Jack.
thank you. Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you for stopping by. Again, salute brother the Mac the trucker. Also salute brother Osama. Welcome to the chat. Let me get to the poll right quick. If it's still up. Well, my poll had is college worth it? And I had like at that time 20 votes. Well, 81% said college isn't worth it. 19% said yes. But continue with some more Kendra G. Fair use.
But
So what? So did you always want to be a mom?
say it again.
Did you always want to be a mom?
Yes, but I'd rather have somebody carry the child for me. But my dad just died from COVID in January, and I didn't have any kids, and he wanted me to have a kid. So, yeah.
Okay, so you decided to go through with it.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I respect your decision.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now let's get into this. Now, believe it or not, you are not the first pregnant woman on my show. You are actually number 3. There's 2 pregnant girls on my show prior. I remember each one because you can't forget that. But I will say you are the first sperm donor lesbian woman to be pregnant on my show.
Hey, so
you own that. You own that title all by yourself.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, so let's get into this. So this is Phoenix Philly 39.
This is what I was talking about. The what Nate says, the Luciferian left. This is what you get out here. That's why I said the delusions of the left in the title of my stream. This is what you got out here. The alphabet community, the victimhood, the I'm not going to use the word narcissism. I'm going to use the word delusional. Okay, now she's saying her father wanted her to have a child. That's hard to believe. I don't hear too many fathers saying that. What say you all? I mean, she's a lesbian. She's a stud, just like Survival said. She's a stud. But
I tell you, bro, it's just the layers of insanity. Like layers of insanity. You got to peel off the top layer, and then there's 12, 1,300 more layers. Oh my God. So, okay, so you're a lesbianist lady. All right. Now you want to be pregnant. You got pregnant to honor your dad who passed in January.
Satisfied a whole other person.
And so now you want to date a woman. Do you know the most violent relationships in America are lesbian relationships? The most violent lesbian relationships are black on black woman lesbian.
Absolutely. Remember that video, Nate, I sent you?
Yeah. Oh my God. The lady got shot in her twizot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dog. By her lesbian lover. Yeah. And yeah, dog. This is that child is coming into a seriously bad set of circumstances. But
real bad set of.
Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing, dog.
Now we'll talk about it, but the Luciferian left, like you say, Nate. This is the delusions of them. Shout out to Osama, brother Osama. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the panel.
What up, Osama?
You there, Osama? But this is why our country is going down, brother Nate, brother Matt, brother Mel. This is why it's going down. Because it's backwards. There's no structure, and especially with us, that's why we can't blame white people for everything. We got to take a look at us.
Right. We're our worst fucking enemy.
We are. We are.
Y'all ever seen this YouTube series from this comedian called Big Jock? He does a series called The Lesbian Homie.
Oh man, that shit is hilarious. Oh my god.
But this is so true about them, especially the AG types. Majority of them will have sex with a dude on the low.
Oh,
using one of those exactly. Like, that whole. Matter of fact, I watched another reaction video from a lesbian couple. One was an AG who watched that series, and she loved it.
What's AG?
Yeah,
aggressive girls, the studs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
let. No, I don't know what that means.
the dice you want to call them, the aggressive type, like the one right here. The one to try like the dudes. They got call them the aggressive, the AG type. That's the term. But yeah, yeah, and they were saying that's how they love the series, but they're speaking the truth also too. Like, yeah, this happens. Some of us AG, we're still sleeping with some dudes on the low. Like, yeah, like like so definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like Nate said, absolute madness. Pregnant, yeah. You come up and I know we're doing Kendra G, but we still got to call her. We call them stud muffins. Shout out to Jenny V. But that's true, and that's what backwards again. Oh, Nate, the Luciferian left. This is that deviant behavior. This is it.
You want to play it some more?
Yeah, I'm going to play it some more. Strap on your seatbelts.
Correctional sergeant.
Yep, I'm
What's your
sorry.
birthday and zodiac sign?
I'm a Gemini, May 30th.
Gemini. Okay. So what kind of woman you looking for?
A woman with a job. That's one. Two, somebody that's laid back, chill. Somebody who wants kids. I do want more. I just don't want to carry. So we can adopt. Or they can have kids. Doesn't matter. I love kids. I'm trying to think what else. Somebody who's a go-getter, creative, great communication skills. I love talking. So, great communication skills, and someone who can see past now, the now. So, that's pretty much it. I prefer for her to be shorter than me, a little bit. I'm 5'7.5", so I prefer her to be a little bit shorter than me. But if she's not, just a little bit taller than me, that's it.
Okay, does she have to be in Philly?
No. I actually prefer long distance relationships.
Okay, you both prefer long distance. You're 39. What's the age range you would date?
There's a lot less ass.
29 to 50.
29 to 50. Can I ask you about the sperm donor? Is it a person that you know? Will you guys be co-parenting together?
No, I didn't know him. I found him off of Facebook. Facebook has a sperm donor group, and I paid him for his sperm. And, he went in a cup. I did it at home. I actually documented it on YouTube, everything. So if you want to follow me on YouTube, just follow me on Instagram, and you can get that link.
No thanks. No thanks.
Come on, Kendra. I can't put his business out there.
I didn't know it was the number.
Well, listen, it was $25,000 to go to the bank, and he charged me $150 per donation.
Indiana State University Sycamores conquer through questioning. They
about
fly
these
in to
commercials.
save the day.
$150?
Yep, $150.
Oh, wow, that was cheap.
Yeah, very cheap.
So is he gonna be a part of the baby's life or just sperm?
No, he's just a sperm donor. He actually has 4 girls pregnant right now, same time. He has us all pregnant at the same time.
What?
This is not Nick Cannon.
Nope.
Okay. And you guys
did it for $150.
No, we're gonna keep in communication just in case I want another one. In case I get with a female who wants kids, so that we can have siblings. But for the most part, I don't even know what I'm having yet. My family knows, but I don't know. So once I find out, I will let him know. Just because he's a good dude. So.
And there's a Facebook group for sperm donors?
Listen, it's about 20,000 men in these groups donating sperms and creating babies. So, yes. As a matter of fact, Black Sperm Donor Group. Just so
Black
y'all know.
sperm donor
Can you
group.
pause it,
Yeah.
Lisa?
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it for a sec.
That's
Yeah.
always like they got everything.
Go ahead, brother Nate.
Oh my God, dog.
Y'all surprised?
Black men are selling their sperm for $150. So for $600, you've got 4 living human beings that are going to be out here now. Are you fucking kidding me?
And you know what's so bad?
What kind of contracts did they sign? Does this idiot know? Will they come after? Oh my God!
Yeah, that's the. I think she said that's the agreement they signed to it, like the parental rights.
And who says that agreement's going to be legit? Who
Right.
says? Who says these bitches can't go into court and go get child support? Who
Yep.
says? Goddamn
Yeah.
prenups have been thrown out. Man, oh my God, these people are fucking insane.
That's what happened in Pennsylvania. A sperm donor lesbian couple, and guess what? They found sperm donor in Seattle, Washington. This was in York, Pennsylvania. He had to pay back child support, a whole lot of it.
Oh my God, nigga. Oh,
That's why you never told him.
They didn't sign after David the relinquish his parental rights to that. So that's how they got him for child support.
nigga, they could have wrote that shit on the back of a napkin. Who the fuck knows with these lunatics?
But
y'all remember that Spike Lee movie? She Hates Me.
Yeah, I remember that.
This is what it reminded me of, but he's doing it for cheaper because in that movie, at least his girlfriend, her girlfriend was pimping him out for a couple of hundreds, but he did $150. I'm like, that's like Craigslist prices for sex workers and shit from the early 2000s and shit. And he ain't even smashing them. He busting in a cup and shit. Like,
$150. The price of a pair of Jordans. Wow.
It's more than that. The price per Jordan's more than that.
Probably.
Shout out to Jenny V. The alphabet community actually turned on these women because of the highest. The alphabet community is within a group of women. They can't even make their GAY wedding work. She probably wouldn't mention strap on. Wow, she's nothing private. You put that personal information on YouTube just to get clicks. I'm sure the child will love the story.
Why my shit is not connected?
And what about genetic testing? What if you have an issue passed on to your children? Those are all pertinent questions. Yes. Yes, sir. And see, this is that delusional thinking. Nobody, these women up here, they're not even looking in the future. They're looking at now. This is why we don't take them seriously. I mean, 39 years old, she has all these women up there who are past their prime. That's the problem.
And you know the scariest part, 411?
What's that, brother?
I bet you her audience is full of women who could say, oh, well, she cute. I might holler at her. A lot of black women are just engaging in lesbianism for the fuck of it. They just are. And imagine if a man did that. Imagine if men did it just for the hell of it. These women are doing it just for the hell of it.
Well, because a lot of their lives like a script, brother Nate.
I'm not surprised about the Facebook group and everything, man. There's a Facebook group for everything these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. That was a bit shocking to me.
I mean, yeah, it's a Facebook group for everything. Yeah, so it's like, it's another platform now. Do you know what? If couples like this want to have kids, start a family, is the way.
Let's continue. Let's see what she has to say. She's got that bull nose too.
Nigga on Facebook.
Listen, like I said, I work for the state, so they wasn't paying for nothing. So I didn't have $25,000, so I had to kind of find an unconventional method.
Wow. Well, listen, I appreciate you sharing your story with us. You're very transparent.
No problem.
Okay. So, were you in a relationship with a woman prior to this whole process?
I was.
Did she not want to be a part of this experience?
Well, we were in a relationship, and then I decided to just want to date. So just to end the relationship, to just date so that she can get herself together. In the process of all that, I decided I wanted to have a kid, and I was doing this whole kid thing alone. I ended that situation altogether. No dating, no relationship, no anything, and just decided to continue on by myself.
Okay. So, do you feel like has it been hard trying to date while pregnant?
Yeah.
I'm pretty transparent. So within like the first couple conversations, I'm gonna tell you. You know, it's hard for somebody like me who's masculine identified because women look at me and I'm supposed to hold this role. You know, I'm not supposed to be pregnant. You know.
Now this woman here is, you know, and my opinion is, you're pregnant. What are you doing dating? And even though she likes women, she's going to be something we all know in the black community: another single mother.
Exactly. Like, you know, it's like she did make a point. Her being the masculine role, and they feel like they going after a feminine female. They probably looking at her like, your role not supposed to be pregnant because you don't want no dick in you. You don't want to carry no baby. I'm supposed to be pregnant one because I'm the feminine one. Unfortunately, it's masculine ones, you know, in situations like this, yeah, they get pregnant also too and stuff. Because
Yeah,
most of the time they
got
start as single parents and think, you know, they get with someone later on behind that.
But and we don't know. Jenny V, they're lesbian because men don't want them. They're newts. Nobody even wants these strags.
Jenny B, I'm gonna have to put a little nail in that comment. There are some dudes that really expect females like this also too, even in this look.
Yeah, there's a simp out there.
Don't be surprised.
There's a simp out there. Somebody desperate out there.
Kodak Black, he came at Yum MA trying to holler at her. Like,
who?
The rapper Kodak Black. And there's a lesbian rapper named Young MA. I'm sorry, I know you don't know these rappers. Yeah.
I know Kodak Black.
Yeah, he came at Young MA and went to holler at her. Like,
man, fuck these bitches, man. That's how
in the day, they still females that got a poom poom and stuff. So you got some of these AG chicks that will smash it doing the low and shit like that.
That's why, you know, we say it all the time, brothers. You got to have some standards. I mean, many brothers are going over there to Instagram, donating money to some of these women, tell them they look good, and they're not going to get anything. But the women are going to make money off of them. I mean, you think of Instagram and all these other sites. Think of it as an online strippers club. That's what I look at all these models. Social media has really filled all of their heads, and I'm not just talking about the ABW. I mean, it's just American women in general. They've gotten up here. They've gotten allowed to run their mouths. They've been telling us how much they don't need men, but yet they still take the money from men. So they're for the money. So
yeah, this is not doing just in our community. This is all communities now. Women, like I said, even in the U.S., this is all women in different colors that's going through this problem. Look what they promoting that's crazy as hell like these days. So it's like,
yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming up, Jenny. Yes, salute. We'll be on for another 30 minutes. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, but this is, brother Nate. This is why I put up about the left. This is the behavior of the left that you always talk about.
I mean, these women, dog. They're so devoid of reason. How are you supposed to talk about anything and discuss them? Whatever they've decided to do with their life, they need you to deem it as okay. You better accept it. You better understand it. You better, and it's getting to the point where you better advocate for it, or you're a bigot. I don't know what to tell you, dog. I tell black men to run. You gotta run from all black women. But you got to run from all black women like these.
Yeah. Hey, in the chat, Spam Brother Nate's channel and Brother Big Body's channel in there. Check it. Nate will be on tomorrow.
You gotta stay in my channel, man. I ain't been doing too much videos anymore, man. I just, I just pop around the social media world, see what's going on, man.
No,
I'm good for a video once every couple months, man.
Yeah, but you're still up there. You got a wrench, but spam Brother Nate's channel as well, because he'll be on tomorrow. And he'll probably continue with some of this stuff too, brothers. So, but let me continue. Give you some more of this this delusion here, and it's sad, but it's delusion.
No, because I'm a woman. Doesn't matter. My body works. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, it's either you here or you're not. Because me and Baby, we're gonna be good regardless. So it is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay.
Right.
I know that's right, honey. When do you do? I mean, you're 4 more months, right? So next
March 2nd.
March 2nd. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So you already did the Kendra Cam. Did I ask you if the woman have to look a certain way?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. I'm sorry, girl. I forgot all the questions. I'm so intrigued by your story.
Listen, I don't care. Listen, you can be bisexual, you can be on the fence, you can be whatever. As long as you for me, I don't care what you like before me, as long as you liking me and we not looking past me, all right? So that's all. So it is what it is.
Could it be a trans woman?
Oh my God!
He's just your local stockroom worker, right?
Oh,
he's on his way to becoming the next.
So can it be a mentally ill man who thinks he's a woman?
Yeah, she can have.
Nate. There we go. We're getting into the deviants now. Yeah. This right here is insanity.
Jesus.
I mean,
if she was gonna mess with a transformer, a mentally ill man who says he's a woman, she wouldn't have needed to get pregnant with a $150 cup of milkshake. She could just slept with the transformer man who thinks he's a woman. This shit is so insane, dog. My God.
This is the delusions of the left.
Yes, sir.
This is what we talk about. Let's continue. Fair use.
Kids.
Okay. And you say you're more the masculine, so do you want a more feminine type of girl?
I prefer this woman to be extra feminine. I prefer, I have a shoe fetish, so I love her to be in heels, dress, makeup, all of the above.
Okay. Now, you don't gotta
I like y'all too.
But when was the last time you was intimate with someone?
April.
Was that before your pregnancy?
That was before my pregnancy.
Okay. This is invasive, so you don't have to answer. But would you have sex while pregnant?
I surely will. I surely will. But the person has to be, I have to feel as though the person is worth it. Because I'm not going to sleep with this person, that person, this person. It's, it's my body, and I'm very protective of who comes into my space. So at the end of the day, I'm just not, although pregnancy makes you horny as hell, I'm not jumping on anybody. So.
Okay. Okay. Does the woman gotta be in Philly?
Nah, she can be long distance as long as she have great communication skills and the resources to travel. Because I'm going to be willing to travel, and I want her to travel to me as well.
Okay. And 29 to 50 is the age range. Why do you think you're single?
Oh, I'm super picky.
Super picky.
I think that I have sometimes unrealistic expectations of people. And if they don't meet that, I kind of fall back. So, like I said, if they're not super feminine, and, that's what happened with the last one. She wasn't super feminine, and it didn't really bother me. But at the same time, I have to also acknowledge that I like certain things about people. So, I'm also single because I work a lot.
Oh.
I work in corrections, so I'm kind of cut off from the world when, I go into prison.
Yeah, let me cut it off right there. And this is
that explains why she want to be a mother also too. I mean, her job.
Well, here's the problem, and I run into this with a lot of Kendra's girls. They're working, they have children, they want to travel. Well, how are they going to take the time to actually have somebody in their life? I mean,
exactly.
I mean, you have to make money. See the expectations are unrealistic. I mean, I play this because you get the same from a lesbian woman, just as from a straight woman, and they're both unrealistic, and they're in their 30s, and they don't have any concept of the real world of time, and they're talking about traveling. Well, people don't have that kind of money to be traveling cross country to see it. That's unreasonable. But we've been joined by Brother Osama. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Brother Leon, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, and man, that's what's up, man. My bad. I was trying to come up earlier, but you know me, I'm like grade F when it comes to hooking up the StreamYard and everything.
Oh, no,
maybe I need to go.
Worry about you, Osama, man. Like, we ain't coming back and forth.
Yeah, my bad. Hey, what's good, Mel? I haven't talked to you in a minute, man. How you been, brother? Everything's been cool, man?
Brother, how you doing, man?
Oh man, everything's beautiful, brother. It's always a pleasure to see you, man. What's going on, big body? You up in here, man?
Yeah, he's up in here.
Yeah, I'm Roger that.
Okay, how's everything? Hey, big body. How you been, bro? You been good, big body?
Man, I've been chilling, man. Just out here getting this money and staying sucker free, man. And you know, just
hey, that's what's up, man. Respect you, brother. And it's my man, LBN. What's good, LBN?
What up, Osama? How you doing, bro?
Hey, man, it's been some.
Been a while,
Hey, well, you know what? Hey, you know what though, LBN? I mean, I'm not even trying to hijack what my brother Leon's. I'm not trying to hijack Leon's. But yeah, hey, listen, brother. I'm just gonna say this, man. These are, man. You got me, you got Mel, you got some of your ride and dies up here, man. So we're gonna have to. All I want to say is, man, man, we're gonna figure this out, man. It's gonna be bigger and better, bro.
Oh, no,
that's
doubt.
all I want to say.
No doubt. And
come
to tomorrow. You're gonna want to hear what I got to say tomorrow about
it.
That's
Nate,
what's up. I'm
streaming.
What you said? What time? Probably about 7:30.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hey, in the chat, plug Nate's channel in there so everybody can like, share, and subscribe to his channel, because he's got 2 channels out. He's gonna be on the small channel, the large.
On both. I'll simulcast it on both.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
So brother Leon, man, I've been I was just getting off of work when he first got on at 7. So man, salute to you. I mean, so far you've had some very poignant things just going in and out of it. Like one of the things I like that you said earlier was the immaturity. And I was thinking about this just a few days ago when you talked about the immaturity of the American society and culture as a whole. And this is bigger than the Black community. And that is so true. You know, America, we just have this mentality where we just, and a lot of it is just due to there's a lot of resources in America. America has pound for pound. It's easier to get goods and services in America than it is anywhere else on the planet. You can take a comparable country in like a Germany, or even though in Western Europe the income level is not quite there on par with what it is in America. We'll say it's about 80% of that. But I mean, just due to the taxes and the salaries are lower, there's just not the access of goods. But in America, there's just easily access to everything. And the American capitalist culture just always pounds into people's head that you can always get whatever you want. And that's just, it's just so far from the truth. And then the thing about it is, with inflation, inflation has been about, in the last 3 years, about a good 22% per year. When they say it's 9%, I don't know where they're getting. That's just a number they're throwing out of the air. Right. And you just but when it comes to the Black community, brother Leon, this is a lot more impact. This is basically it's a lot more concentrated as far as the overall immaturity. And I'm going to tell you, brother Leon and brothers on the panel, this is bigger than just Black women. It's a little bit more diabolical with Black women, but it's a lot of very unrealistic Black men out there too. And I was just, and
elaborate. Elaborate, Abdul. Elaborate.
Yeah. It's funny when you said this before, because here's the problem. Here's one of the biggest problems with Black America, man. And one of the problems that the thing is, I kind of give my take is I feel like my take is a very unique take because I try to break things down from a holistic perspective, and then at the same time, I have people have more of an individualistic way about going about the way they look things over, right? But one of the problems with America is this, and I've said this before: Americans, we are the most regardless of race. Americans, we are the most innovative people on the planet. Point blank, bottom line, period. When it comes to innovation, when it comes to business development, but also what America is also really good at doing is taking the talent from other places in the world and bringing them to America, and using this globalist platform to have a upswing for just American culture as a whole. But one of the problems with that, okay, with America not investing in Americans so much like it was about 3 generations ago, is there is a big, unfortunately, America, the way the system works, you have to have a few haves and a lot of have-nots. And when it comes to a lot of have-nots, there's not a culture of actually educating people in this country just for the sake of actually having the value of learning something, just for that value of being a more intelligent and a more well-rounded and holistic human being. Everything in America is based on making money, based on quote unquote
dollars
moving your
and
career
cents,
upwards.
dollars and cents, bro.
Right,
Dollars
and cents, absolutely. But the con to that is Americans are just not that thoughtful, we don't really think about a lot of the things we do. We just want to get what we want to get when we get it. Just like I've said before, America's not instant gratification, absolutely. And that's but the instant gratification, it's just multiply that times 3 in the Black community in America. And one of the problems with Black America is if you want anything, okay, and the powers that be, they know this, okay? They'll promote a Jay-Z, they'll promote a Kanye West, they'll promote somebody who actually that 1 in a billion person who made it from the entertainment industry, or they're going to promote that one person who made it from the sports industry. And now you know what we're seeing on YouTube a lot? Some of the people, and this is not organic, some of the people that they're promoting on YouTube, they're going to promote a Mike Rashid. He has a Lamborghini. They're going to promote. I don't know if you guys ever seen this brother. His name is he's the Wall Street Trapper. So the guy was in jail for X amount of years, and now he's. To be honest, I don't talk about it much. I play the stock market a little bit, and this guy has a very elementary understanding of the stock market, right? But they're promoting him as the next big thing because they're trying to sell that dream that you can do whatever you want to do, come out of any situation and not put in the work to get to where you want to get. And everything for anybody, especially Black Americans, especially Black American men, because us as a collective more than anybody else, we have to really build ourselves up from bootstraps. Point blank, bottom line, period. You have to put in the work. This instant gratification is going to get you absolutely nowhere. Number one. Then also number two, one of the other big problems of Black America is, unfortunately, the most intelligent people. We're not talking about the people who are just intellectually talented when it comes to oratory, not like a little Big Nate or a Leon orator. I'm talking about a Michael Eric Dyson or a Dr. Cornel West. These guys, I mean, we can't. We can't front. They're very good orators, whether you like them or not. They're very good orators, and a lot of the time in Black America, the people who have no right to really have an opinion on something have the most poignant and resounding opinions on mainstream Black culture. That's one of the biggest problems with the culture in general, right? And it even goes down to just this YouTube section. You'll see there'll be a good chat. You'll see just the most random brothers having the most ignorant things to say all the time. And it's just kind of like, it kind of brings a microscope on our culture as a whole. So yeah, man, it's deep in a lot of ways, but just like my brother Big Body said, that instant gratification has so many detrimental properties behind it. And with that, I'm gonna let the next brother talk.
Man, yeah, that instant gratification. That's a great statement.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother Nate.
This is just. I mean, if we're talking about what we said, it's just. I don't even have much to say about this, man. I mean, it's just indicative of a culture that is rotted all the way through. The floor is about to collapse. The foundation is gone. It's just, and that's the community. And the only black people, in my estimation, worth dealing with are the ones that adhere to traditional values. You don't have to call them conservative, but just traditional family and moral values, man. Those are the only people I can really deal with, though. Again, you could be out here, you know, hitting broads off. There's danger in that, dog. If just irresponsible sex with these low caliber women. But I mean, do you know, do you? I'm 48 years old, man. I just don't, I got too much to lose. I just don't want any parts of it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. You know, and like I said, you know, as a man, and, you know, I know Osama, you came up there, you know, we do Kendra G stuff because what I'm doing, as you know, I like to do a lot more of the psychological stuff. I'm just showing you how brainwashed some of these women are and some of the men. I haven't done the men now. Nate's done the men, but a lot of us, it goes back to what you said, Brother Osama. We, you know, there's
you
a lot
call it brainwash, Brother Leon, but in order for them to be brainwashed, it has to stem and start from somewhere. So where does it stem from for them to even be brainwashed?
Well, could have started from a mother, because you know that's usually the first place where it starts. Just be honest, you know, a lot of these moms.
I think some of this shit is just in the genetics, man.
Wow.
I gotta agree with what Big Body said on some of this genetics, and I think a lot of it. And I'm gonna. Well, you got to think of a lot of it is you take things back 10,000 years. You look at a landscape. Okay, I'm East African. The way we think is a little different. Is actually very different than the way West Africans think, right? Because we're 5,000 miles. We don't like my people. My people are from Eritrea and Ethiopia. 99% of the blacks in the Western Hemisphere came from West Africa, whether it's Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra. They came from West Africa for the most part.
Okay.
That's where the transatlantic slave trade went from West Africa to the Western Hemisphere. But you got it now. Part of that too is West Africa was always a very resource-rich land. Okay, as far as there was always an abundance of food, the weather was always very temperate. So there was never really this mentality where, genetically speaking, there was never really this mentality or a need for it from a historical perspective to have to prepare, like have to conjure your thoughts and think in a more in a sense where we have to plan for the winter, we have to plan for the spring. No, because like I said, it's right near the equator. The weather was always very temperate. There was always an abundance of food. There was always an abundance of resources. So everything was pretty much there for you right at the palm of your hand. You know, European mentality, you know, coming from the Caucasus Mountains and things of that nature, there was a deficit of resources. So that deficit of resources has a lot to do with the Europeans' way of thinking. And unfortunately, the Europeans, colonizing a lot of the world over the last 500 years. Their values have been imprinted throughout the landscape of the world that we live in today. And in some ways, genetically speaking, people of West African descent, Africans in general, there's certain elements that we have from $52. It's okay. There are certain things from a genealogy perspective that we just haven't been able to adapt to in this Western American world because it's just not a part of our genealogy as a people, right? And it has, so the genetics, the one instant gratification, it's really a part in some ways it's an ingrained part of Black psychology that has been detrimental to our overall development. And it's not just in America; it's the same thing in Africa. You have a lot of these leaders. They've sold out their people because they're just thinking of the right. Now, I mean, it's deeper than that. There's a lot of things that go on from a geopolitical perspective. But yes, the want for instant gratification has been quite possibly the biggest detriment to black people as a whole. Why? That's one of the reasons why so many brothers got caught up in the drug game. It was that instant gratification, not really thinking about tomorrow. It's like, I want this now. And that's why sometimes people don't want to really deal with black-owned businesses other than like going to a restaurant, because you get that instantly. Because I've experienced it. You try to support a black-owned business, but everything has to be instant. And if there has to be any kind of changes made or change orders, things of that nature, it's going to be a problem. So yeah, the instant gratification, it has a lot of negative ramifications behind it, and that's something that we could have a whole stream on. Really, tell you the truth.
Yeah, well, hey, you might be giving me some content, man. That might be next week's stream. Or yeah, a book that
actually, hold on. Let me grab this book. I'm going to show you this book. All right, there's this book right here. Phenomenal book.
Black.
I don't know if you can see it. Is it Black Psychology edited by Reginald Jones. Phenomenal book. I recommend anybody check that out. Talks about a lot of things we're discussing. Yeah. Black Psychology. Phenomenal book. And this book, I want to say, was written in 1990. I thought I was going to say 1991. I was going to say 93, but it's actually written in 1991. And phenomenal book.
But one of the things that we don't think about, and I was talking to Gene about this. Well, we don't talk too much about in the black community, because it's an open panel now. We don't talk about economics. Many of us have been raised to go and work for somebody. We haven't really been raised to understand business. Now, you hear some of the sisters out there saying that they're entrepreneurs, but even on Kendra's show, she never asked them what their business is. Now, speculation, and I'm going to say this, their business is social media. They don't have a 10 number. They don't have a logo, or they don't have any type of website. So when it comes to being an entrepreneur, they don't have people working for them. They're just working with their body. That's what I believe most of their businesses are. But when it comes to, let's say, community, well, even though the Black Wall Street's all burned down, black people haven't had the, I don't know, they wanted integration instead of segregation, and they got the integration, and they just left what they did behind, and they won't build it back up again. But you really want power in this country, you got to have some money, and working for somebody, that just isn't it. Hey, Mahogany, I'll put the Cash App up, but usually the Cash App it's voluntary. There's the Cash App right there. There's the Cash App going across. But that's what we don't have. We don't think. And Brother Simon, thank you. You got a business out there. I'm working on mine, and I know Brother Nate's working. We're all working on something. But we as black men, we've also been taught, like, go to school, get an education, and what happens? We're indebted to somebody else. That's a problem. We think too much as employees instead of employers.
And also, Brother Leon, growing up without a father, you don't learn how to handle risk. You're either going to be a hyper masculine man, a drug dealer, a thug, and involve yourself in the stupidest types of risk. But because black men rarely grow up with their fathers, you don't understand how to take and the upside of calculated risk and intelligent risk. And we're employees. Women, I know they brag about having all these businesses, but a lot of women aren't interested in starting a business because it's too risky. A lot of women don't want their men starting a business because it's too risky. You stay in that job. We got insurance. We're good. You need to stay in that job. So until these women decide to link up with men that want to be fathers, man, I don't see any kind of drastic change coming with our productivity when it comes to business ownership. I don't know how that's going to happen necessarily, but we'll see.
Well,
I go ahead, brother Matt.
Man, I'm just sitting back listening, man. I ain't gonna hold you, man. Just talking about this, man. Just seeing that shit with them bitches earlier, just disgusted me. Made my fucking acid reflux come up, man. But I hate them type bitches, man. There's like so many of them out here. I just need to throw them in a fucking oven and do them.
Hey, just I want Brother Leon's channel to get off.
Yeah, man.
Shit.
No, but that's why I put the delusions. And I have another video. In fact, Nate did the same video I did after I posted mine. I did it on Monday. It's up there too. And another Kendra G video. It's just disgusting. It's disgusting.
But you know what, though? I'm gonna tell you this much, man. Whoever's out here still fucking these bitches, you gotta hold them accountable too, man.
That's absolutely right, though.
True.
Absolutely right.
Here's one thing about these quotation, these entrepreneur type of women. They so much want that boss bitch mentality title so badly. They don't even understand the steps to actually be a boss. And for you to be a boss, you got to have employees.
Yeah, you got to be filling. They got to be filling some W-2s or some I-9s out there.
Tax ID numbers, please.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Osama.
And but a lot of these chicks with those things, most of them ain't gonna even know what the hell that is.
I want to ask Osama a question when you're done, Mel. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, most of them ain't gonna even discuss what that is and stuff because they so much doing offshore money and stuff. Fast money the way it is. They can't even transition from the title entrepreneur to businesswoman, or even tell them, you know what? Why not get an LLC so you get a tax benefits? Get an S corp, paying yourself your LLC, you get all those tax benefits like crazy and stuff. They don't discuss none of that. But still use that boss bitch mentality and stuff. And yet they deal with a dude that's as an actual businessman. They want to take credit for mostly what he did, or he's accomplished because of me. But it's like, how much percentage did you actually contribute and stuff? If you just eye candy, there's a lot of eye candy looking chicks that stand around, but still want to take credit for some man's success. You just a trophy to let me look a certain way, but you ain't putting no real work.
All right, brother Abdul, I had a question for you.
Yeah. What's going on, brother Nate?
What is your opinion? Big Body said, we have to hold these men accountable. These men who validate the women's delusions, their looks, or the issues with their looks. I mean, if men are sleeping with these women, it's a huge part of why these women think everything's okay. And they come to these shows and say, well, why are you putting women in a box? Why don't you should marry a girl like me? I did a show, and I don't know if were you there or something on my show earlier?
Today, nah, brother.
Oh, yeah. I just did a short form, like an hour, reacting to a poor man's podcast. Just check it out when you get it. It's really funny.
Okay.
What's your opinion on those men, Osama Abdul?
Okay, Nate, that's a very good question. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a breakdown on that too. I've been doing a lot of calculations in the last 4 years since I've been on since I've been exposed to the manosphere and the red pill. I've done a lot of calculations, right? Sometimes I'll just look at random girls who I might have known from 10, 15 years ago. Sometimes you just meet somebody and then you'll become, I don't think Facebook is as big as it used to be, but you're like friends with them. And then, so some of these women I kind of see, okay, maybe 10 years ago, how many likes were they getting from guys? How many likes are they getting now? And I'm seeing a precipitous drop from the amount of likes these women are getting.
Really? Wow. Yeah.
I'm seeing, just hear me out. Also, Nate, now, as we know, on the surface, nobody simps like Black American, right? But I can tell you, living in between, living in the DC area, between DC and Baltimore, after Atlanta, this is like by far the blackest area in America, right? I live in Prince George's County. The amount of I don't see that many couples. I see a lot of black men like myself, just usually staying to themselves, not really going out there that much, and just kind of trying to stay away from a lot of these systems.
Where
I see a lot of white guys just kind of
Upper Marlboro area, or are you like near District Heights?
No, I'm in. Are you familiar with New Carrollton, brother?
Yeah, that's outside. That's right outside DC, man. You can take Kenilworth Avenue, get on Defense Highway to New Carrollton. My dad used to live in.
You're in the backyard of DC, basically. Okay.
Exactly. I mean, it's nice when they got to Upper Marlboro, Bowie. I mean, it's a lot of very nice black neighborhoods out there. You know,
yeah, Largo,
tons and tons
out there.
Largo, Mitchellville, Woodmore, the richest black neighborhood in America. So once you get outside the Beltway and PG, it's a lot of very nice black, like upper middle class black. But the funny thing about it is it's not what you think it is with the money. Sometimes a lot of these people, they just work for the government or they work for the DC government, so they're not as cultured as it's not like everybody's an engineer or a doctor. You have a lot of black doctors. It's a ton of black doctors in the DC area. Ton of black dentists. Great place to be a doctor or dentist.
Black or African?
It's a mix, brother Nate. But there's a neighborhood called Woodmore, and it's the richest black neighborhood in America. And about half the people who live there are black doctors, and half of them are about half of them are like African, a lot of Nigerians, and the other half are black American. A lot of African doctors, though.
Yeah, them motherfuckers got money.
Yeah, they do.
But what I'm saying is, though, brother Nate, less and less. We have to look at the positive of this too. I'm telling you, brother Nate, there is less and less men simping. There's less and less men placating to these women, and there's just less and more. I mean, literally hundreds of, I would say, tens of millions of men are waking up to this red pill message. Okay, let me give you an example. Like the guy Better Bachelor. Okay, his channel. They say his channel has like 385K subs. No, I can guarantee you he really has about 2 million subs. YouTube throttles everybody. YouTube throttles all Manosphere channels, black, white, whatever. But when you say, okay, this guy, he'll drop a video and he'll have 300,000 views in one day. I mean, if you got that many views in one day, there's no way you have 385,000 subs. Now they've been throttling everybody's channel. If Andrew Tate legit was literally the most Googled man on the planet for like a 2-month span. So this message is going far between. And then on top of that too, just because a lot of guys, they might say something, hey cutie, how you doing? But it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to go out and spend money and take them out to dinner. Now I look at these restaurants, brothers. I see a lot of women out there with them by themselves going out with their girls these days. I do not see nearly as many people on dates. This is coming from somebody who worked in the restaurant game for 20 years. The amount of people who go on dates these days has had a precipitous drop. So, to your point, Nate, when I do see that, I look at it. I look at it with some suspect. Now I got to hold these men somewhat accountable. But on the plus of that, brother Nate, I can say that the simping has took a huge drop. The younger generation is getting older every day, and they're getting to that age where they're going to start dating. These younger men are waking up, and a lot of men are just starting to realize, man, the juice is not really worth the squeeze. So I see it. I've seen a change. So I can say that that's a positive affirmation. And with that change and less men spending money, it's going to affect the American economy. You're going to see some, and the more this happens, you're going to see some radical changes as far as tax laws and other things of that nature. So I really think that this message is going to have an effect on American society. I think it's going to be a plus for men in the future.
I have another question real quick. How much of this change do you attribute to the white and black manosphere?
I would say
for this change.
minimum 65%.
Oh, wow. That's huge.
No, the manosphere message is huge, man. Listen, okay, sometimes I'll just do random questions. I'll see some teenagers at McDonald's or something. And I'll ask them, hey man, I was listening to this video. Do you know what a simp is? Just I'll play dumb, right? Every single one of these young brothers knows what a simp is, or white kids.
That's true.
They all know and nobody wants to be called a simp, man. Nobody wants to be called a simp.
You know what's interesting, brother Summer? I want to tell you
what's
something.
What's that, brother Nate?
If you try on my community tab and in the polls that I do, if you put the word simp, S-I-M-P, you cannot complete the poll. It will not let you complete the poll if the word simp is in it. If you put the word simp into your community tab poll, it deletes it. Yes, it will delete your community tab poll. I have to put S exclamation mark MP. I swear to God.
Because I put it in mine and it deleted it.
Yes, it deletes the whole thing if you put the word simp.
And really?
Yes.
And YouTube is, I've been stuck at 2120 for quite a long time.
And the thing of it is, the reason they do that because they don't want men knowing what that is. They don't.
You still tell them what it is.
Of course they don't want men doing this because when they dangle the possibility of female affection and sex on you, it's literally $1 trillion industry in the United States of America. This culture doesn't this whole dating and mating and spending money going into crazy credit card debt. This type of Madison Avenue vibe doesn't exist in other cultures. This is strictly an American thing at this level. And now that it's seen a drop, it's seen it. So of course they don't. The economic powers that be, they don't want you to see it. But it's not just that too. Also YouTube, they pretty much throttle almost every channel because the more they throttle channels and the more money they're able to steal from people when it comes to advertising revenue. I mean, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. No, this is absolute truth.
What's your opinion?
I want to put another balanced perspective.
Yeah. Let my man Mel have
gentlemen, I'm getting ready to cut up out of here, man. But y'all have a good night, man.
Hey, brother Matt, thank you for coming up here on the show, man. I appreciate you, man. You work hard.
Hey, big body, respect, brother. You're one of the realest in the game, man. Always a pleasure to talk to you, man.
Appreciate y'all, man. And it's always a pleasure talking to you.
Feel better.
I'm just getting ready to take it down, man. Fuck it, man. Y'all have a good night, man.
All right. Salute, brother.
Peace.
But yeah, as I was mentioned earlier with Mahogany, with the women going this self-love journey and everything for so long, and them still being alone. With the men also too, there's something that that popped up in my head. Is like that kind of makes sense. And I heard it from a married woman that's in the manosphere and stuff. Too many dudes don't graduate from the red pill, and that's kind of true. As much as we give out information, we're giving information to help dudes so they could get to the next level. So technically, they could be like birds and fly away to get better results. I see more men is not really getting results. They're just making pair bonding groups.
I got you.
Giving up.
Hey, Mel,
more midtown incels growing the way it is, and performing groups that getting on women that technically not even. They wasn't gonna speak to him in the first place, but you didn't put yourself out there, or at least self-improve yourself and stuff. They defeat the whole purpose of what this space was for. You give information, but you have to take that information, just like be taking knowledge and everything and apply it to your life. I am starting to see most dudes don't apply that a lot. They just going online, pair bonding, screaming, arguing just to be heard. It's like it's starting like okay, you see, there's a channel that's trying to promote marriage relationships, right? Cool. Got dudes going on there trying to promote their type of
channel. I'm not it.
Marriages ain't gonna work, blah blah blah, with very hostile type of views, and I'm like, why are you on
Hey
this?
Mel, not to interrupt you, Mel. Not to interrupt you? Are you talking about Donovan Sharp? Shout out, and I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm just curious if that's the channel you were talking about.
No.
Oh,
I
okay.
ain't gonna mention nobody's name. Yeah, don't channel shit.
Okay, respect you, Mel.
Yeah.
Respect you. I wasn't like I said. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just wondering if that's the channel you were talking about.
But no, it wasn't Donovan's. Yeah, but no, I'll be on other channels also too. Yeah, but I do notice that,
Respect.
like it's like you got some women that want to see marriage and see from our point of view. They're married to masculine men. They follow their men. You got other dudes going those channels. It's like attacking these females, and it's like, okay, here's another realistic of the red pill reality. Okay, the reality is you got to make yourself attractable to the opposite sex if you want to get with them also too. I mean, it is what it is. Like, if you talk about the reality of the red pill, there's some reality that some dudes have to accept, but I don't think they fully accept it. It's like going on a tax span and stuff. Okay, you hear a woman that's probably in the marriage that you're looking up to, but when you find out she was married before and didn't work out, and she's admitting that, she admitting her flaws and his, but mostly hers, so she can get the second marriage right. I mean, most people marry second time anyway. Some dudes don't want to accept that. And then you want to hear realistic words, and then and then it's like, oh, she's switching up. No, it's like this is realistic, like reality. Or you got some dudes that that's trying to like no shot at the passport bros. I'm not trying to take a shot at them, but have an unrealistic promotional view of going to the other side to get better women. But the reality is you can't escape game. And the way that they see game is, I don't think it's the same way as the dating coach is actually, some of them, not all of them, some of them is actually trying to tell you. And game is a strategy to be more aware. That's what it really is and stuff. And one side is like overhyping it up, making it what it is, but they are still guys getting fleeced, thinking it's one way gets over promoted because technically he doesn't have game. Game is being aware, being surrendered. Like, women are the same everywhere. One way, they may be different culturally, but they're still the same everywhere. Their natural nature is still the same and stuff. Especially when you travel overseas, those females hold a high standards of certain type of men and stuff, and expect you to definitely be that way. Just like if you're over here, you want a certain type of woman, submissive, feminine. They have a high standards of. They have more high standards than the 304s that dudes complain about and stuff. And it's like I'm starting to see that it's not like I remember watching a video where Ocean and MTR did how a lot of dudes, how the manosphere changed from like the past few years. I seen the difference because I seen it in the early days, when Ocean used to have them Sunday Rumbles and stuff. So now it's like the way it's been growing is like now it's become more like begging for super chats, arguing so much. People just have overly inflated opinions and trying to force each other to be right. It's like it's we're trying to provide solutions. I know I got some people be asking me why I don't have a channel. I tell them if I did, I'm providing solutions. So I'm not having arguments or that on my show. I'm bringing guests on my show if I ever have one that's going to provide solutions. That's why I want to provide solutions. Okay, we know the problem. Now we're going to provide solutions. Well, your step one. I'll provide for both men and women. Okay, we know your problem. Now I'm going to provide a solution what you should do. That's how I would like. That's how I would like if I did one. Yeah, and stuff. I give them instructions. And I tell people straight up, okay, if you don't like this, don't come on my show. You ain't got to watch it. It's not for everybody. Just like Nate said, with his show, he's telling everybody too. Some people, it's not for you. He's not trying to save everybody and stuff. So I do see red pill is good for one thing, but I do see some guys don't graduate from it because it's like when it's too much red pill, a good thing. Like you gotta know your limit. You gotta cut it down and stuff. I did find myself in the past, like I've started having conversations with red pill with people out on YouTube, like a couple months ago. And I was like, damn, I gotta cut that down myself. Like, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of dudes be doing that. They talk that outside of YouTube after they watch these shows and they bring it out in the real world. Like, you ain't supposed to be talking about this. And you just don't see how it's changing you. But yeah, you're content and talking about this is why I live this free agent lifestyle, blah, blah, blah. I'm self-improvement, focus, paying attention on my focus, my purpose, blah, blah, blah. Okay. After all that, you still got to interact with the opposite sex. Just like me and Nate was saying earlier, the mahogany, men and women are not made to be alone. You got to network with each other, period, and stuff. You know?
All right. We are about our 3 hour and 15 mark. I just put brother Nate's Nate Dog 74 link in the chat, and he's on tomorrow, so be sure to get over there tomorrow. And I want to get into the closing statements, starting off with brother Asamu. And thank you for coming up, brother Asamu. It's always a pleasure to get you on my panel. And I know I've been a little off on mine for the last few weeks because I had other things going. So I do, if I don't do a panel, you will see, and I'll put it in my community tab, there will always be a pre-recorded video. I did one on Monday, so you guys got to check that one out. So, but your closing statement, brother Asama.
All right. Hey, first off, as always, it's a pleasure to be on, brother Leon, with brothers like Nate Mellon. And you know, the thing about it is true. We always have a very calm, rational, respectful, mature, and masculine dialogue with each other here on Nate's channel, on Leon's channel, and that's a few and far between in the manosphere. My closing statement, man, you know, Mel, you know, I got nothing but love for you, but I got a little bit of pushback to a couple of things you said, man. Unfortunately, man, this American culture, especially in Black American culture, there's just a big divide between Black men and Black women. We have in the African American culture, it's about a 20% marriage rate, and it's getting lower and lower every year. And sometimes you got to do a mathematical probability. When are things gonna? You got to do a mathematical probability and think, okay, you know what? Is it really worth my time? This isn't even just with the dating. This is not really even just with the dating dynamic or the relationship dynamic, but just on yourself as a whole. Because one of the things I'd like to preach is for Black men to have personal sovereignty and take care of yourself. Respect others at the utmost, but take care of yourself first and foremost, because this is something I think a lot of Black men are starting to come into, and it's starting to be a pro plus for Black men as a whole to have a more self-indulged point of view and perspective. And as far as one of the things too with self-improvement, brother Mel, well, sometimes how much can you really improve? I mean, Black American men make on average $42,000 to $43,000 a year. That puts us in the top, not even the top. If you make $35K a year, you're in the top 1% of the world. So we're in the top 0.75 percentile. We weigh less than our woman. Literally, the average Black man is 185 pounds. The average sister is 192 pounds. And then you just see in America, the 80-20 thing, it's a very real thing. I can even say from a personal perspective, I don't like to talk about myself, but I'm 6'1". I've always been around 12, no more than 13, 15%. I've always been in pretty good shape. But I can tell you, just in the last 10 years, I have seen a major increase in the desire, in what women desire in men, right? It's gone up about, I'd say 2 to 3-fold. But have their looks gone up 2 to 3-fold? No, they're actually getting worse looking. Have their attitudes gotten better? No, the attitudes are getting worse. Black men, we've had a lot of pluses in the last 15 years. The prison population is half of what it was 20 years ago. 20% of Black men now have bachelor's degrees. We're doing a lot of self-improvement. But you keep on improving. I just sound like every man improved on the American paradigm. They just kept on improving. Then the bar would be risen to above that 100K. It'd be like, well, you need to do this. If you do one thing, then you're gonna have to do something else. You can only improve so much within a year. You can only make, as an arrogant, you can only make so much more money in a year. So a lot of the things that we're doing as Black men, as American men, we're doing what we're supposed to do. We're some of the most productive men on the planet, and we're not getting the consummate desirability from the woman in our culture, whether in this American culture. And that's why a lot of men are just starting to go overseas. You take the woman overseas, and I live in the DC area. It's one of the most multi-ethnic, diverse areas in the country, right after the New York City area where you're at. And I can tell you there's a huge difference between an international woman and an American woman. I mean, the hardware from all women, the software is all the same, but the cultural upbringing, it can create a vast differential on the quality of women you're going to deal with. Like in my community, there's a lot of El Salvadorians, right? I live in a lot of El Salvadorians and Central Americans. These no diss to anybody who's short or whatever, but these guys on average are like 5'4", and they have more relationships than anybody else I see. They have a better family structure because you know why? It's the culture. It has nothing to do with women, but they have intact culture. Most immigrant cultures have intact culture where there's a honest on traditional values, and unfortunately, that just does not exist in Black America. And it's just time. The community's not going to change. You can't self-improve. You can only self-improve so much. I see what you're saying. Some guys, they are making excuses, but as a whole, American men are not really getting what we deserve when it comes to intersexual dynamics. It just is what it is. And that's why you're seeing a lot of men going overseas and they're looking for something else, or sometimes they're not even be looking for a wife. They just want to get out of this country and be treated with a certain degree of respect once they leave the society. So I see why a lot of men are starting to really garner to the passport bros sector. I said about 1.5 years ago, literally on Big Nate's channel, that this sector was going to grow by 500%. And I think it's actually growing more than that. And it's just going to keep on growing on more because we live in a big world. The world is getting smaller with the internet every year. And it's a global, you have to look for your best option, not just when it comes to dating, just anything you can do in life. And a lot of the time, America is a great place to make money, but a lot of the cost, the quality of life in America, it's starting to recede, and men are just starting to look for better options. And that's just bigger than the dating factors, you know. And you had a lot of great points. I'm not taking anything that my brother Mel said. It's just I'm just breaking down another perspective on that. And with that, man, I just got one question too from my brother Nate. So Nate, you said you're going to be talking about some of the things tomorrow.
Nate's muted.
Nate's muted. Oh, okay.
Hey, I got it.
You got it. Yeah, good.
Yes, sir. I'm good. Yeah, some very interesting details, some inside baseball on why we were going to have to separate anyway.
Oh, okay.
And brother Nate, I mean, listen, if there's one thing I think I bring to this space is a lot of fair insight. So I analyze things and I have no ego. I'm not trying to make money. I just really want the best for especially brothers like yourself. And Nate, we've been saying there's got to be some separation. A lot of these people who we think a lot of these guys we think are down with our team, they're not down with us, man. It's a lot of unloyal people in this space, and the disloyalty sickens me.
Brother Abdu.
And Nate, yes, sir.
Just one thing real quick, sir.
What's
when
up,
I
brother?
told you I sent old boy that email about what you wanted to do, he never responded to me. Never.
Of course he didn't. And the thing about it was, Nate, I was going to tell you why at this point, I don't know why anybody would do business with him, would even deal with him. He's just a toxic human being who has a lot of anxious about a lot of things in life, and he just wants to keep on pushing it. I'm not going to really go into it because I don't want to keep on talking. But the thing about it is, brother Nate, you got some loyal people on your team.
Oh, dude, I'm
talking about me, Leon. You guys, but you know, some of the people, Nate, we're gonna make it happen, man. We're gonna make this happen.
Oh, there's no doubt.
We're gonna make this happen, you know. And we don't really need too many other people to make this happen. For us to get 100 people there and 100, say like you want to charge, I don't know, 100 a pop. Believe me, Nate, I know a lot about catering. I know a lot about event management. Whatever you need, I got you, man. I don't want a penny, okay? Because we're gonna make this happen. We don't know. And shout out to Theo. I think what he said on Reg's show yesterday was, I didn't disagree with anything he said.
What did he
But
say?
you know what, man?
Well, what did he say? I don't even know he was on his show.
he was just talking about it's time for him to just live his own life and kind of. He was kind of just saying like, he's thinking about he's about to get married. He wants to have kids. He doesn't want any drama, and he just wants to live his own. He didn't say anything bad about. He didn't say anything bad about you. He just said, just check out the show. He just pretty much said it's time for him to go on with his life, and I salute him on that, man. Because the sad thing about it was, I even told Theo this. Listen, Theo, you ever need anything from me? I don't want a penny from you, man. But you know, a lot of these people are. You said what?
I was saying, what's up with Theo? I haven't seen him in a minute.
Well, what he said on Reg's show yesterday was he had a little bit of a health scare, and he's been focusing more on himself. And now he's been talking to some Ukrainian girl he's known for years, and he's about to marry her, and he's ready to go on with the second chapter of his life. He's going to focus more on the passport sector, and he's kind of done with a lot of this Black Manosphere stuff, and I'm happy for him because he doesn't need that in his life. He needs to take care. He needs to take care of himself, and I want nothing but the best for the brother because
that was the point I was making earlier about he's graduating from the red pill. He's taking information he's learning from online and applying his life so he can get better results. And now he's on the next step.
That's a beautiful thing.
He found the love of his life, and I wish him the best. Too many dudes
Make
not
sure
doing
you
that.
tune in tomorrow because there's some very interesting. And again, it's not an attack on anybody. Just come through tomorrow. You'll see.
All right. No, I'll be there. And one of the things one of the things Theo said after the sad thing about it was too, Theo is a very positive guy. He's extremely transparent. He's also very transparent in the ups and downs he's had in his life. And that takes a lot. That takes a lot because we have a lot of people in this space who they always want to point out how great they are and how bad everybody else is. And that's one of the things I hate about this sector. You have dudes in the chat, dudes like Jay Boy, oh man, I'm this, I'm that. Y'all, excuse my language, y'all niggas ain't shit. I'm this, and you get a lot of these dudes on that clown stuff. But Theo, he's always been very transparent, very honest, and he has a good heart. So when he was talking about how you can see the happiness when he's talking about getting married and he met a good Ukrainian woman, and I've worked with Ukrainian women, I've worked with Eastern European women. I mean, there's some extremely hard-working, humble, feminine, as an arrogant. It's no comparison to American women. And you know how many brothers in the chat, oh man, you passport tricking, you this, you that. And I'm just realizing it's just we got a lot of good brothers in this space, man. We just
immature. Just fuck
exactly, man. Just that's what I'm saying. I'm not even. The sad thing about it is too, Reg he's a really positive guy. He has a good show, but it's just some of the guys in his chat, man. Some of the brothers there are good. Like Joe W's great. I like, Big Game and Brian X. I mean, there's some good brothers. A lot of the brothers in the chat are good, but you always have, in every chat in the Black Manosphere, you always have just a few idiots, man, who make it bad for everybody else.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that this brother's done so much for this space. And you had people, instead of just saying, hey, you know what, Theo, good for you, man. I'm happy for you. Oh, man, you're a trick. You're this. It's just, it's sad. It made me just feel a certain way about it had me really looking at things, and I just said, some of these channels I'm on.
That's my biggest point I made earlier. You got too many dudes that does not graduate from the red pill because technically they don't even really understand the information we're giving them to be aware. They became talking paper in groups that, you know what, if they hear a guy find the love of his life and wants to get married, they call him a simp. You see how many times they constantly use Russell Wilson so much as an example. Simp. But unfortunately, I'm not going to accept the fact that, you know what, despite you want to over criticize his wife, that's what he wanted, and she still reciprocated towards him and shit. Compared to a lot of dudes, they do all this shit for females, not being aware, and they don't get the reciprocation the way Russell Wilson is with Ciara.
Well, I do have a problem, Russell Wilson, and I'm not tripping off of marrying a chick with a child or whatever, but when your wife is twerking with no shirt on, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But see, that's my whole thing. You know what? If I don't want to sound like I'm pushing back on y'all, but no.
I mean, I have your opinion. It's just there's no okay for that, in my opinion.
I can understand that's not your woman, type of woman you want, but you know what? I accept that. You know what? He likes it. He ain't complaining about it. And she like.
Let me ask you this: why isn't she satisfied with his attention? See,
Well,
the problem, Mel, let me speak. Let me speak. When a woman is twerking online, it's for other men's attention. Why isn't this woman, this black woman, satisfied with a top 1% quarterback, high value man's attention? Why is that?
But why would okay? I might have a little pushback.
Go right ahead.
Why would you assume that she does not like his attention? Y'all don't understand. They're
Why,
celebrities.
no, you don't twerk online with no shirt on when you're happy with your husband's attention. You just don't do
But
that.
that's my whole point. If he ain't complaining about it, why am I still pushing the subject with him doing it?
I'm just making an observation. He doesn't appear to be a simp. I'm just going to be honest with you.
But you know,
and it's no problem with us disagreeing. I'm just giving you my
point of
perspective.
view. You know what I'm saying? Because if he's still getting reciprocation from her at home, they still got a happy, stable marriage, and they're celebrities.
I hear you.
Man, you know what I'm saying? You know they do things differently like that. You do got some men that you know what don't mind a woman doing stuff like that out in the open because you know that brings in the dollars also too.
Shout out to Brian Renard Davis. Welcome from Jackson, Mississippi. He says the American black man's genitals are the most absolute monitored thing on the face of the earth and probably will be on another planet as well.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brother Davis.
It's just let's use Cardi B and Offset. We know the stuff she does and everything out in the open, but her husband likes that. And at the end of the day, when she's not performing on the screen and on stages, she's still being submissive towards her husband at home. I mean, that WAP video and everything, she was pouring so hard, but when he made that video of her that she cooks, she cleans, you see how submissive he was. Despite she said she was going to divorce him, she did not, because she had some sense in her. I ain't gonna be like Meg Thee Stallion and everything. Let me go back to my husband, no matter what.
Cardi B is trash to me, dog.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's that woman, but I just learned more. I learned to be less judgmental and understand more. You know what? Now, that doesn't have to be my wife, but I understand their relationship. If they still making it work, I'll accept that in a lot of ways. Yeah, because there's you know what I'm saying? There's multiple types of relationships that's out there that, you know, we might be judgmental of, but I won't even say let me use Mr. Lucario's relationship. He's in an open marriage. I have no judgment on his relationship, despite y'all can attack me all you want, but no, because I've been around that type of lifestyle. Like, I don't understand it. But from my point of view, their relationship is actually more better than a lot of relationships I see out there, because most relationships these days, they lying to each other, doing stuff behind each other's backs. They out in the open what they doing with each other. Okay, they having concubines on both sides, but they're not hiding nothing from each other, so they ain't got no secrets. A lot of people out there have secrets amongst each other, making broken promises, which is the reason why they go through so much toxic and lying so much, each other always sneak on each other's phones and all that mess. I don't want to go through that shit myself. Like, I don't go through no woman's phone.
And I can respect your opinion, but also I got to push back a little. This guy's kissing a woman in the mouth whose mouth has been on another man's joint the night before. Come on. But again,
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I mean,
so it's like,
you know what I'm saying?
You know, and you're right, Lucario, live your life, do what you want.
Yeah.
But you can't control others people's opinion about what they do. You see what I'm saying? So if somebody asks me my opinion, I'm gonna say, nigga, that's crazy. But do you? You know what I'm saying? Do whatever you choose to do, Lucario.
I try to look for learn a little more certain aspects of some people's relationships now these days. Like, you know what, they still making it work. I don't have to have that in my relationship, but I'm not knocking theirs like that. You know
I understand completely.
Yeah, you know,
Hey, I got an opinion on. Hey, Leon, Leon, you think we go like 10 more minutes?
Yeah, we do it. Something. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, actually, you know what, Brother Mel, I actually got an opinion on that. Okay, first off with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, you're right. From a micro perspective, from his own personal perspective, yeah, it really is none of our business. But unfortunately, and this is especially with Black America, we are more in tune to social media, YouTube, Instagram more than anybody else on the planet. So, and the whole stepdaddy culture for Black men was a net negative. There's no question about it, right? And for this to be on, and I got to give it to him saying for this, on the big jumbotron. Like, that's one thing we can't front of. City has some of the best terms, man. The jumbotron, I love that one. When this is on the jumbotron, you know how many black men have really learned to love themselves? Like, hey, I'm not about to be a stepdaddy. And if you want to be a stepdaddy, fine. But just being a stepdaddy, there's just not the pros outweigh the cons by about a good 10 to 1, right?
Oh, I agree. Not my experience being
right. On a macro level, and the thing about it is, a guy like Russell Wilson, I mean, he came from upper middle class family. You know, his dad was a lawyer. His mom was a professor, I think. He has a college degree. He's well spoken, articulate, one of the best quarterbacks of his generation. Never gotten in any trouble. And you're going to be the baby daddy to a girl like Sierra, who's out there twerking, dealing with men like 50 Cent and Future. Get out of here. I mean, he can. No, Cap. Sierra's bad as F. I mean, she's physically, she's bad. I mean, he could have just done a lot. Me personally, I couldn't see my wife out there. I couldn't be a stepdad, and I especially couldn't go after Future. I mean, are you kidding me? Like that's a little bit of self-degradation to me. That's my opinion. Now I think that's an opinion a lot of other people share, and it's kind of good that that whole scenario is on the jumbotron. As far as Lucario, okay, Lucario is just a hypocrite. Now the thing I don't like about Lucario. First off, as far as the dating coaches go, I think he's actually one of his advice. He's not even the upper tier. He's like in the lower tier. Because all he says is you just got to have game. So I'm listening to him. It wasn't really a debate with Austin Hollerman, but they just had and all he says is, if you have game, you can control your woman.
Osama, you talking about that show last night he was on.
Right. One of the things I don't like about Lucario, okay, when Lucario was, he's just a hypocrite, okay? When Lucario was on Bernard Riley's channel, and they were when he had the he was going back and forth with, I mean, almost everybody, and I give to him, he answered every question, right? Lucario said, listen, I'm in an open relationship. I can't control what my wife does. She's going to do what she wants to do. That was his words verbatim. So if she's going to go and sleep around and do what she's going to do, listen, I can't control her. So then he kept on trying to tell Austin, well, listen, Austin had a lot of good points on why he goes to Brazil, that the women there are more cultured, and some of the other passport bros had that same thinking. Well, he was like, listen, man, if you have game, these women are just going to pretty much, he just said the culture of a society means nothing. Just as long as you have game and you have masculine frame, a woman's going to just do everything you say. But then on another stream, he's going to say, I can't control my woman, right? So it's just rank hypocrisy, and I don't like that. So I just cannot respect Lucario for that. Because he does that over and over again. He'll say one thing, and then he's living his life in the complete opposite realm.
That's a feminine trait too, dog. That's real feminine.
Absolutely. So I just can't. And shout out to Lucario. And from a business acumen, if he's making, I heard he's making like thousands of dollars per consult, and on that show he said he can make more in one day than most people make in a month. I don't know how much of that I believe.
Gotta make bread to live in New York, dog.
No, he is.
But if he's making that, and you got a bunch of, that's just part of it. You got a bunch of, I hate to say it, a bunch of dummies who are actually paying that price.
If you think his main clientele is mostly black men, that's when I say no. It's mostly non-black men, his clientele. So like a lot of dating.
Hey, you know what? He's a phenomenal salesman, and I salute his sales acumen. But salute to him. That's not my personality. I'm all about just being transparent and honest with people. But I mean, if he's selling game, he's making his money. Salute to his business acumen. But I think he just always displays a high degree of hypocrisy. I think half the things he say are just false, and I can't respect him, brother. From that perspective, I just can't respect him. And with that said, man, I don't have really much else to say, but I don't want to keep you here all night, Leon. But thanks for letting.
There's something I disagree with because he used certain things to twist a narrative and everything. Yeah, but when I do catch things, I do on. I mean, I'd have to agree with him when he's saying yesterday, Austin. Despite you going in for another culture and everything, you still need game. And like I said, people got to misconstrue what game is. Game is testing another strategy to be more aware. So just like the other dude I was with him also too. He didn't have those problems in the U.S. with women and stuff. So why would he go overseas if he doesn't have those problems like he was? And he was saying, Austin himself, you're not an ugly looking dude. You're a handsome looking guy and everything. And when I was reading Austin, it sounded like, you know what? He got a little bit of self-entitlement on how you want certain females to be.
I don't think Austin has self-entitlement. I think he just doesn't want to deal with the games. And he enjoys. Listen, Austin, he's a 23-year-old. I mean, I think he's probably making more money than from his barbering skills because he's a phenomenal barber. I saw his IG. He's probably making more money than 95% of 23-year-olds. I mean, no homo. He's a handsome guy. He's well dressed. He's articulate. He's not. He wouldn't have any problem. He wouldn't have any problem getting women in America. He just doesn't want to play the games, and there's nothing wrong with that. And to be honest with you, brother, America's really the only.
That's the whole thing. Hold
on. Here's
that's the whole thing.
Go ahead.
Even if he's not playing games over here, he has to play a different strategy when he goes overseas. Because, like I said earlier too, women are the same everywhere. They are different.
No, they're really.
They might be differently, but their nature is still the same. And like I said, if he's going over there and when they're making it a little easier for him, they still have a certain demand of what type of man they want. He meets them.
Mel, most other cultures on this planet, on this world, the way a man gets a woman is based on his productivity, not on his game. I'm going to tell you, and I can say that because I'm married. Hold on, just not necessarily, man. No, not necessarily.
It is. You don't see
Mel. Let me give you some examples, bro.
I mean, that's
Mel. No, a lot of it is not our game. It's just I'm a productive man. I'm a good. I'll be a good provider, which is something that I hate to say. As far as being a good man, a family man, that's like number 5 on most women's list in America, number 10 on Black women's list in America. It just is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example, Mel. I'm Eritrean. I'm first generation Eritrean. Eritrean women, we have some of the most beautiful women on the planet, pound for pound. This is an arguable fact. Okay, Eritrean men on average are about 5'6". I got uncles. No, most of my family is very working class. Cab drivers, now Uber drivers, 7-Eleven cashiers. Then on my dad's side of the family, we got I got a doctor and a couple other people. But for the most part, most of the family left Eritrea. They're in either Sweden, Germany, or in the United States. Very few people are in Eritrea because just we've been able to get out of the country. My parents came here as refugees. I got uncles, dog. And I see this plenty of times in the Eritrean community, the Ethiopian community, and other cultures. I got uncles who are cab drivers, who are like, one of my uncles is 5'5". He looks just like, okay, y'all know who George Jefferson is. I mean, he got the walk like, he got the receding hairline. I mean, listen, if he was trying to get American women, he wouldn't be getting that. I mean, he would have a lot of problems, man. I'll just be honest. He's below average looking guy, but he went back to Eritrea. And he got him I'm not going to say she's a dime, but she's like a good 7.5. They've been married for 20 years. She was 20 years younger than him. This happens in other cultures, Mel. This type of thing does not happen in American culture. It happens few and far between. It's just culture is huge, Mel. This American culture.
The reality is also too.
No, hold on, Mel.
You have
Mel, this American
as a man, period. And if you don't hold those standards as a man, no matter what culture you in, no females ain't gonna deal with you, period. That's
but
the
Mel, you're not here. Mel, this whole thing with game, Mel, this whole thing with game in the Black American community is strictly a Black American thing. And I'm not saying that I consider myself more Black American than anything else. I grew up around Black America. But what I'm saying is this procurement of game in the Black American community is singular to the Black American community, and it does not get any play in other parts
over here like everybody else do.
I think
submissive women. I still
really
go out and date women where I want. I still go out and get laid where I want.
Okay, Mel, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Mel. Like, I'll be honest with you, Mel. I'll be honest with you. The older I've gotten, and with women in America getting less and less feminine, I can tell you, for me, and I live in it's been a lot harder for me to find a feminine sister. This is from somebody I can, like I was telling the old man before. I can show you guys I can show you the women I've dealt with in my past. If anybody ever wants to get on a conference call, it's pretty impressive. But I'm going to tell you, in this day and age, it is not. If you don't have those problems, Mel, salute to you because you're my brother, and I want you to have the best quality of life. I'll tell you, I've had problems finding a submissive feminine sister or submissive feminine American woman in general. I've had those problems. I'm keeping it a buck. There's a low percentage of fit feminine. Mel, here's the thing, Mel. There's just a low percentage of fit, feminine, friendly women in America, especially in Black America. It just is what it is. Listen. I live in like
I said yesterday. Also, too, was I agree with because okay, she might not be feminine to you. She will be feminine to the next guy. That's one thing I accept also too. A lot of dudes don't want to accept. Okay, I just not.
What's that?
Okay, she.
Okay, Mel, you're okay. Mel,
gotta deal with her.
No, I'm
found someone else that's
Mel, I'm
feminine too. That's her. But I'm going to focus on what I'm going to go after. Who's going to be feminine towards me?
Right.
And if I don't have those problems over here and stuff like that.
Okay, let me ask you, Mel. You live in New York, right? You live in the city, right?
New York.
So what? I know. No. So New York. I'm going to tell you one thing about New York. There's a lot of feminine working class women who just come to New York from all different cultures, and they're pretty feminine. Is that the woman you're dealing with, or are you talking about like you're meeting a bunch of American feminine women in New York?
I mean, women that's going to gravitate towards me, how I like them.
Okay, but what I'm saying is like, are they African American? Are they Caribbean American? Are they from other countries? Because it's a lot of bad women in New York who just came off the boat. Bad working class women.
Most of them are Latina and Black.
Okay, so they're Latina. Like, so the Black ones, are they African American or from other cultures, or what's the percentage breakdown?
I don't even
tell me
I just don't care. But the reality is, if they gravitate towards me how I like them, then they're gonna rock with me. If not, I'll leave them alone.
Right.
Plain simple. That's the reality. I'm not that guy for them. They're not the guy. They're not the woman for me. I'll move on to the next.
I respect that, Mel, but I don't think you still haven't answered the question directly, brother Mel. So no. What I'm asking is this: the percentage of I want the breakdown because what I'm saying is culture plays a huge role, and I think you're discounting that culture plays a huge role in femininity in the society. Right. So you said you're dealing with Black women, you're dealing with Latina women.
The reality is you as a man, period, and your nature as a man. No matter what culture you is and everything, you have to hold standards as a man and your man nature to attract a woman. No matter what culture that she's holding upon to you. And that's what women are raised in these cultures also too.
Brother Mel, I agree with that statement in its entirety.
Allow these women to deal with you if you don't hold that standard.
Brother Mel, I listen. I don't disagree with that statement at all. But what I'm saying is there's a deficit in American society, especially in Black American culture. There's a deficit of fit, feminine, and friendly women. And if that's the only avenue that we're looking for to attract women, there's gonna be some. I think for me and for most men, it's gonna be some difficulties. If you don't have those difficulties, I'm glad you don't have those difficulties.
I would say also too, because it's going to be difficult for men that want to travel overseas because most of them ain't coming over there and marrying these females or settling down with these females also too.
Now Celine says you can also get a corn-fed country girl right in the United States. Which
and I agree with that with Celine because I live in the DC area. It's a lot of hyper educated women out here. So yeah, the more educated woman is usually the less feminine she is in a lot of ways. She's more in that leftist liberal, I'm a boss babe type of mentality, regardless of race. So yeah, Celine is absolutely right. You can go to different parts of America, and the odds of finding somebody who's a little bit more traditional and feminine are high. I agree with that. I do agree with that. There's some truth. That's true.
All right, gentlemen, we're gonna get our closing statements for the night. We're at the 3:45 mark. We're all in the Eastern time zone, so it's almost 11 o'clock. Osama, closing statements, brother. Again.
Brother, hey, man, I went overtime. Let me make
up here on the panel. I appreciate that, bro.
One second, Leon. I just want to make sure.
Brother, Nate for the $15 cash app.
No problem, bro.
Okay,
I'll be on your stream tomorrow, brother.
Salute,
brother.
Yeah, I just said, hey, Mel, man, we and see the thing is, at the end of the day, man, we're all brothers, man. That's the beauty of this. We have our differences,
always, brother.
Always, yeah, and that's the thing that I love about our team over here. We can have our differences, and it's all love, man. A lot of brothers in this space can't do that. So, salute to you, Mel. Salute to you, Leon and Nate.
Always love, man. You know what I'm saying? That's
right. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Maybe we can still come with a different point of view can see differently
That's
also
called,
too. Respectfully
that's
and
called
everything.
maturity right here. That's what we
Exactly.
have here. So
You know, I like having mature conversations and everything. Yeah, like, you know,
get
definitely.
here. So, but all right. All right. Thank you, my brother, for joining.
Hey Leon, man, I'm gonna drop down, brother. This was a great show tonight, man. So hey, thanks
brother,
for having me on, man.
Come up here anytime. I'll be up here next Wednesday too.
Hey, absolutely. Every time you come, I'm gonna show some
You got
love,
my
man.
email.
So
You can hit me up if you want some. Just like Nate's got my email. So let me know. You got my phone number too. So
hey, man, you already know, brother Leon. And Mel, oh man, Mel, it's good to see you, brother. We haven't talked in about a month, man. So I'm glad I was able to chop it up with my brother Mel. And Nate, hey, and Nate, I'm looking forward to this show tomorrow, man. And hopefully, Nate, I'm gonna send you some. So Nate, hopefully,
you talking about the genetics. I think you and Leon should do a topic on that this week or next week.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta, the thing is, brother Mel, I gotta, I'll tell you, because with my work schedule, one of the things is sometimes I have a tendency to go on, but I don't want to. I don't want to come. I want to maybe wait maybe a little bit, because if we're gonna do a show like that, I got to do my research. I got to do at least a few hours of research and have the kind of script written out. I don't want, because that's something I don't want to just freestyle off the top of my head, and I got to make some time to do that. But if Leon's with it, man, I'm definitely down with it.
Definitely, bro. Definitely.
No.
Yeah. And Nate, Nate, are you gonna open it up tomorrow, man? I just want to know if you can open it up tomorrow after.
So
are you gonna open up your panel tomorrow?
Yeah, you know me. As long as the cash apps are there, bro, and please don't take offense to that. It's just if they want another hour and a half, dog, I can't do 4 hours with 2 cash apps. It's just it doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So as long as the cash apps are straight, man, I'm good. I'm good. So I'll try my best to make sure of that.
All right. Well, I'll be there tomorrow in the chat. But all right. Let me know.
Let me drop down, man.
All right. Salute, brother Osama, and thank you for your cash app when you send it, brother.
And Osamu, I expect to hopefully see you at the council dinner in Charlotte, man. I mean the council dinner
brother.
at my house. Really?
Hey, brother, I'm there, man. I'm there, man.
All right. I'm making
Nate, man, you got it. Hey, Nate, now I'm gonna bring you a gift too, brother. You know, I ain't coming to nobody's house and not bringing something, man. It's an honor, brother. It's an honor, man.
Do whatever works for you, man. I'm just glad to have you here, though.
And thank you for that $25 cash app, brother Osama.
Hey, Leon, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, brother, that's the least I could do, man. I kept you on overtime today, man. That's the least I can do.
Brother.
The least I can do, man.
That's all right. Hey,
man, that tax.
that's what we do here, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
You got it, man. Let me drop down, man. Salute, brothers.
All right, salute, brother. Brother Mel.
Hey, Xavier, thanks, man, for having me up, man. I got to do some
closing statement.
Definitely, yeah. Well, we kind of already had it. Short. Thanks for having me up, man. Brothers, yo. Y'all have a good night. Definitely enjoy yourselves. Definitely.
All right. All right. Salute there, brother.
Thanks for having me up, man. Brothers, yo. Have a good night. Definitely enjoy yourselves.
All right, brother Nate, you last one up here, and I'll be ready for your show tomorrow.
I think Osamu's reverbing. You got to drop Osamu down.
Let me drop him down. How do you kick him down? Just kick him from the studio?
Yeah, just drop him down.
All right, brother Nate. Yeah.
What up, bro? Hey, man. No, I appreciate you letting me up, man. You know, great.
Hey, I appreciate it. We need to get up here and have a panel. I hadn't done one in 3 weeks either, man. So.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've been doing pre-record, but man, we got to keep on kicking that Kendra G stuff out, man. Keep it out.
It's pretty scary, man. What's out there? Why don't you think they ask why?
Well, my opinion. They don't care. They're about themselves, brother. They live in a delusional world. That's why they don't ask why. They don't want to hear the truth. There's too much pushback with the truth. And what happens is individuals, Negroes will stand in front of a bullet, but they will run from the truth, man. You remember that. That's how
Man.
Negroes are.
It's crazy, man. But hey, bro, I appreciate you letting me up, man.
Hey, brother,
And,
I'll be looking for that
and
stream
look forward
tomorrow,
to you
man.
and Miss Tommy Jean being there tomorrow, man.
Oh, hey, we'll be there. We'll be there tomorrow, bro. But thanks for coming up. I'm looking forward to that stream tomorrow, bro.
Oh yeah, you're gonna love it. Come through, man.
All right, I'll be through at 7:30, bro.
Oh, well, maybe 7 or 7:30. Just be on the lookout for the thumbnail.
Okay, bro.
All right, man. Good evening.
All right.
And good evening, Miss Tommy Jean, too.
All right. Salute, my brother. All right. Another good session here on the 411 Talk Zone radio show. Now, what we talked about tonight, talked about a lot what goes on with the Luciferian left. That's why I presented all of Kendra G's videos. The victimization. A lot of us feel like victims. This is the problem here in America. Many of us been allowed to carte blanche be victims based on false diversity, known as multiculturalism. Now, I believe diversity is not just racial or sexual or religious, it's a diversity of ideas. And when you don't have a diversity of ideas because you have certain minority groups who believe they're offended, you'll never grow. And you'll just have the so-called minorities with all the preconceived false power to dismantle the individuals who are the minority. And I'm not looking at race, because what happens is when we go to the alphabet community, you have a number of people who are part of the genders and the races who are still fighting for equality. This is why I don't believe sexual orientation should be part of equality. That's, for the most part, it's your preference. Now, I know certain things happen to children when they were young, and I take homage to that. However, in the real world, here in America, yes, there are preconceived notions here in America. There are a lot of deceptions. There are a lot of lies that are told. But in the end, if you're going to make it in America, number one, you got to, for the most part, keep your nose clean. You got to take responsibility if you get caught doing something. But most of all, you got to be adult about everything. When you're an adult, what we have here in America is a lack of adults. And when individuals haven't grown up, there's a problem. And what I see here in America is a number of adults who want to be victims. Like I said, we have Black Lives Matter, then there's White Lives Matter. The problem with all of this, Black lives, white lives, it's all nothing but a bunch of victimization. And when you feel like a victim, notice what I said, feel, because a number of people are not victims. They feel. Feel is emotional. And when you have a feeling about something, feelings change with the weather. You have to deal with the facts. Most of us don't want to deal with the facts. Most of us don't want to deal with working to get somewhere because, again, just like Brother Osama said, we live in a country that everything is set up with all the resources. So what we do, we go and take part in getting some of those resources. But the problem is, because we have the resources, we live in the now, instant gratification. We don't see past our own selves. You have problems in the workplace. We have problems at home. We have problems within ourselves. And if we can't solve our own problems, in the end, we are going to be our own downfall. Now, most of us mention the community. Again, community is all about having resources, economics, a good education system, a good health system, good political system, individuals that are going to work with each other and trust each other. We as African Americans, we don't work with each other. We don't trust each other. And in the end, what happens is we end up basically betraying each other. Now, when we make mistakes, we have to be an adult to own up to the mistakes. Because if we don't, we're digging a hole for ourselves. Now, when we watch Kendra G's videos, what you saw was a deviant behavior from the left. The left loves the alphabet community, they love the delusion. The problem I have with the alphabet community is kids are being recruited into certain lifestyles. Well, in the end, we should not bring kids into a lifestyle that is for adults. If kids want to join that lifestyle, let them grow up first. But here in America, we have a lack of people who are, number one, showing any gratitude for even growing old. Again, going back to Kendra G's videos, you have women basically 30 on up who basically have the same type of thinking. They want to be young, they still have it. They've basically messed their lives up by dealing with bad men. The first woman you saw was basically a basket case. Then the lesbian woman, she was also a basket case. The first woman was the one with the 7 kids. Well, when you are a basket case, you need to seek help. Again, the plan of the left. You're dead, you're brain dead, and you're brainwashed. And when I also admitted that, okay, college, not saying not to go to college, but you need to know what you're majoring in when you go to college. College is an institution of higher learning. The problem that I've always had with college is there are a number of people who believe they're scholars, but they come out with degrees that are useless. If you're not going to college to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, something that requires a license, you're really wasting your time. Now, shout out to people like Dr. Hassan Johnson. They went to school for African studies. I mean, we do need people like that. We need people to be teachers. Absolutely. If you're going to be a teacher, then those degrees will help you. However, in the long run, those degrees out there that are not as math intensive, they're really not going to help you. And in the end, you'll just be wasting your time and money. My last point, delusion. See a lot of delusion with a number of adults. That's right, Dr. T. Hassan is the truth. A lot of adults who seem normal. Well, many of them need help, particularly we black people. And the best thing for us to do when we're confronted with a problem, we need to admit we have a problem and solve it. Because in the end, if we don't solve our own problems, we're going to end up hurting ourselves and hurting others. Because in the real world, the truth will always set you free. And that's my commentary for this edition of the 411 Talk Zone Radio Show right here on YouTube. If you like what I just presented, please comment, share, and subscribe. And if you're looking for some educational content, check out the QCIS channel, formerly the Mind of STEM channel. On that channel, I give you a daily dose of science, technology, engineering, and math. Now, if you cannot find the 411 Talk Zone radio show or the QCIS channel on YouTube, you can find those two channels on Twitter. Now, with the QCIS channel, I do take it one step further. Since the QCIS channel is an educational channel, you can also find that channel on my LinkedIn channel. Now, something else to tell you. Every Wednesday, I generally broadcast at 7 o'clock. Now, I had good panel tonight. If I don't broadcast, you will see everything in my community tab. And when I don't broadcast a live stream, you will have some pre-recorded content. And also, just so you'll know it, when people are donating cash apps to you, make sure you acknowledge the cash apps because money is tight. And individuals, they want to make sure that you are receiving their cash apps. I received 3 tonight, and everybody, and thank you, Mahogany, for your $5 cash app. Thank you, Brother Nate, for your $15 cash app. And thank you, Osama, for your $25 cash app. Again, cash apps are voluntary here. Just support by giving me your likes and watching the video. But again, I will be broadcasting next Wednesday. But if I don't broadcast at 7 o'clock on Wednesdays, you will have some pre-recorded content. Please check out my pre-recorded content because in the end, I'm just going to say this. Be blessed for what you have. Don't worry about what you don't have. Always know that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And when I do this content, I'm not here to offend people, but sometimes people may believe they're feeling a certain way. Well, here on this channel, it's not my job to make you feel good. It's my job to give you the information. You can like it, love it, or hate it. Again, information and knowledge are very powerful. You must understand that we do grown folks content here. This is not a place where you have arguments because I want to make sure I give my audience a good show. So I'm going to give you this cliche that I always say. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But the shoe fits, wear it. If you don't like the shoe, change it. And once again, thank you for listening to this edition of the 411 Talk Zone radio show right here on YouTube. Till next time, my name is Leon Jones. I want you all to have a wonderful and gracious evening. God bless you. I'm out.